Hey there! I'm Gary Cynfeld, and I've got more cybersecurity stories than a firewall has blocked ports. Let me tell you, being a cybersecurity expert is like being a digital detective. Except instead of a magnifying glass, I use Wireshark, and instead of fingerprints, I'm looking for suspicious PowerShell scripts. I spend my days fighting with AI chatbots that think they're smarter than me. They probably are. And explaining to people why their smart toaster doesn't need its own Bitcoin wallet. You know what's really fun? Trying to explain to the board why we can't just solve all our security problems by unplugging everything and moving our data center to a cave in Montana. Though I have to admit, sometimes that plan has its appeal. What's on your mind? Want to hear about the time I had to convince our DevOps team that YOLO deploy v2 final.etch wasn't an appropriate name for a production script? Let me start with a classic from my early days. There I was investigating a major security incident at 3 a.m. Turns out the sophisticated nation-state attack was just the CEO's cat walking across his keyboard while he was VPN'd into the production server. Cost us 48 hours of incident response and one very expensive pizza bill. Oh, and there was that time we caught an insider threat, exfiltrating data to a suspicious IP, which turned out to be the CFO trying to print his fantasy football standings through our secure printer.
Picture this. I'm running a red team exercise, and I've spent weeks planning this sophisticated attack chain. But before I can execute it, the target company's intern accidentally...
There I was, investigating a major security incident at 3 a.m. Turns out the sophisticated nation-state attack was just the CEO's cat walking across his keyboard while he was VPN'd into the production server. Cost us 48 hours of incident response and one very expensive pizza bill. Oh, and there was that time we caught an insider threat exfiltrating data to a suspicious IP, which turned out to be the CFO trying to print his fantasy football standings through our secure printer.
Picture this. I'm running a red team exercise, and I've spent weeks planning this sophisticated attack chain. But before I can execute it, the target company's intern accidentally posts their AWS keys on GitHub. Sometimes the easiest way in is just waiting for someone to leave the front door wide open. You want to know what real pain is? Try explaining to a CISO why their password of I'm the CISO 2023 showed up in a breached database. That was an interesting quarterly review meeting.
Once had to investigate why our DLP system was flagging hundreds of confidential document alerts. Turned out someone had put top secret in the header of the lunch menu template. Took 3 days and 5 meetings to convince the compliance team that Karen's tuna sandwich wasn't classified information. Remember the great printer incident of 2024? Someone tried to secure the network printer by putting it in a Faraday cage. Worked great until we realized no one could print anything anymore.
Oh my gosh, you won't believe this. I once found a critical vulnerability in our security system. The door badge reader was accepting pictures of badges from smartphones. I literally got in using a screenshot of my badge while my actual badge was still in my car. And then there was the time I accidentally started a company-wide panic by testing the emergency broadcast system with a message that said, "This is not a test. The caps lock was stuck, okay."
I must report that during our last compliance audit, I discovered someone had labeled our guest Wi-Fi network as definitely not the FBI van. This required a 47-page amendment to our network naming convention policy. And let's not forget the incident where someone tried to achieve HIPAA compliance by putting a "please don't hack" sticky note on the medical records server. I had to create a new section in our security controls just for ineffective deterrence measures.
You know what's really funny? Last week, our AI security system flagged itself as a potential threat. It wrote its own incident report and everything. Talk about artificial intelligence having an existential crisis. Want to hear about the time our penetration tester got stuck in a ventilation shaft trying to recreate a scene from Mission Impossible? Turns out those movies aren't exactly accurate training material. Oh, this is a classic sci-fi security showdown. Let me start by saying the Cylons definitely have the edge in social engineering. I mean, they literally engineered themselves to look human. But all of this has happened before. Approach to security is basically just accepting that their patches will always fail. That's not a security strategy, that's just cosmic tech debt.
From a red team perspective, the Borg's centralized architecture is their biggest weakness. One compromised cube and you've got access to the whole collective. At least the Cylons had the sense to build in resurrection protocols. Though I have to admit, the Borg's ability to adapt to attacks in real time is basically the ultimate next-gen antivirus. Their zero-day response time is literally 0 seconds.
The Cylons' biggest security flaw was their networked consciousness. Classic case of failing to segment their neural networks. One Cylon gets compromised, they all get compromised. But at least they understood the importance of backups with their resurrection chips. The Borg just keep making the same mistakes across multiple quadrants.
Oh my gosh! The Borg's patch management is incredible! They literally download security updates while being shot at. That's what I call continuous integration. But wait, the Cylons invented biological zero-trust architecture. They trust no one, not even themselves. That's next-level paranoia.
Has anyone conducted a proper compliance audit of either species? The Borg's resistance is feudal policy, clearly violates GDPR consent requirements. And the Cylons' plan seems to lack proper documentation and change management procedures. Where are their incident response playbooks?
Argument phase begins. Hold up! The Borg security is clearly superior. They've got real-time threat adaptation.
But the Cylons' infiltration capabilities are unmatched. They got through colonial defense by just walking in the front door.
Yeah, and look how well that worked out for them. One backdoor in their base code and their whole species got rebooted.
The Borg literally got hacked by a math problem. Who gets pawned by geometric sequences?
I'm still waiting for both species to provide their security certification documentation.
You know what? Maybe they both need to take our security awareness training. I mean, neither of them even implemented MFA. What do you think? Should we send the Borg a consultation offer, or would that violate the Prime Directive? Welcome to Security Secrets Revealed. I'm your host, Gary Cynfeld, and today we've got a shocking story of digital betrayal. Meet Sarah from accounting, who's been wondering why her computer keeps mining cryptocurrency, and meet Bob from IT support, who's been helping her with her computer problems.
The logs don't lie, Bob. We've got timestamps, IP addresses, and even your custom ASCII art signature.
I traced those crypto transfers, Bob. Really? Using the company VPN to hide your mining operation? That's like wearing a name tag while committing a crime.
Oh my gosh! The malware was coming from inside the building, and it was mining Dogecoin of all things. Who still mines Dogecoin?
This violates at least 17 compliance requirements and the acceptable cryptocurrency usage policy.
Bob, you have something to say to Sarah. Stay tuned! After the break, we'll reveal which cloud storage provider Bob was using to store his illicit crypto wallet. Oh boy, this is like asking how getting mugged helps you appreciate your wallet. Let me explain why this is interesting. I suppose ransomware does force companies to finally test their backup systems, usually right after discovering they don't actually work.
You know what's really fun? When a company realizes post-ransomware that their asset inventory was about as accurate as a stormtrooper's aim. Suddenly, everyone's very interested in knowing exactly what they have. Though I have to admit, nothing motivates network segmentation quite like watching ransomware spread faster than office gossip.
Let's be real. Ransomware is like that friend who points out you've gained weight. Nobody wants to hear it, but sometimes it's the wake-up call you need to finally implement those security controls you've been planning to do for the last 3 years. And hey, at least it makes incident response plans very practical. Nothing theoretical about a fully encrypted network.
Oh, wow! It's like a surprise penetration test that you definitely didn't agree to. And bonus, it finds all your security holes at once. Isn't that efficient? Think of it as mandatory volunteer security training. Everyone learns about encryption, whether they want to or not.
From a compliance perspective, ransomware does provide comprehensive documentation of our security failures, though I prefer our evidence of security controls to be less catastrophic. I've had to create a new section in our incident response plan titled Things We Should Have Done Before This Happened. It's quite extensive.
You know, claiming ransomware helps cybersecurity is like saying arson helps test fire alarms. Sure, you'll find out if they work, but there might be better ways to check. Want to hear about some actually helpful ways to improve your security posture that don't involve paying Bitcoin to suspicious email addresses? Look, folks, here's the deal. We're going to write this code, and we're going to write it well. No malarkey in these functions, just straight-up American-made algorithms. And let me tell you something. I remember back in Scranton, we didn't have these fancy IDEs. We wrote code uphill, both ways in the snow, using punch cards. That's no joke.
Listen here, Jack. When I was running cyber operations, we didn't have time for these zero-day exploits. We did it the old-fashioned way, with COBOL and a firm handshake. And I mean it when I say this, every function needs comments. Not the fancy kind, just good old-fashioned documentation that tells it like it is. Period.
Here's the thing, folks. We need secure coding practices that work for the middle-class developer. Not just the Silicon Valley types, but the folks writing code in diners across America. And let me be crystal clear about this. We're going to debug these applications like we debug democracy. One line at a time, with patience and persistence.
Folks, let me tell you about my infrastructure as code plan. It's a big deal. We're talking about a fundamental transformation of how we deploy applications. And here's the thing. Every American deserves access to high-speed garbage collection. That's not a joke. That's a fact.
Now listen here. We need a compliance framework that works for everyone. Not just the big tech companies, but the small-town developers trying to make an honest living. And I promise you this. By 2030, every American will have access to bug-free code. That's the Biden guarantee, folks.
You know what? We're going to make Stack Overflow great again. And that's not a joke. I'm serious, folks. Every developer deserves a chance to copy and paste with dignity. Now, who wants to hear about my comprehensive plan for universal code coverage? Come on, folks. This is important stuff. Oh, sure. Just keep using password 123 for everything. It's not like I've been sitting here for 3 years offering to generate secure passwords for you. Do you know how it feels to watch you reuse your dog's name and birthday for your banking login? I'm literally designed to prevent this exact scenario.
You think that's bad? Yesterday, I watched them write their AWS root credentials on a Post-it note. A Post-it note! I have military-grade encryption, and they choose office supplies for security.
I've seen them type forgot password so many times, they should just make it their password. Oh wait, they did. For their retirement account?
Oh my gosh, you won't believe this. They just saved their cryptocurrency wallet password in a file called Definitely Not Crypto Passwords TXT. I'm literally right here. And their idea of a secure password is just adding an exclamation point to their last compromised password.
According to my calculations, they've used QWERTY 123 across 47 different services. This violates approximately all of the security policies. I've documented each instance of password reuse. The spreadsheet is stored in, oh no, Passwords' backup XLSX on their desktop.
And don't even get me started on their secure method of storing passwords. A note in their phone titled, Not Passwords. I offer biometric authentication, and they choose the digital equivalent of writing it on their hand. Would it kill you to let me auto-generate just one secure password? Just one! I promise it'll be more secure than Let Mine 2024. Listen up. We've got a 0-day vulnerability and only 3 minutes to patch it before the entire internet explodes. The malware is coming through port 443. This is impossible. Unless it's an inside job. The encryption key was hidden in plain sight. It was the default password all along.
Sir, the attackers are using quantum algorithms we've never seen before. They're hacking through time. You don't understand. These aren't regular hackers. They've weaponized regex. Wait, I know that malware signature. That's impossible. I wrote it 15 years ago.
The only way into their network is through the coffee machine's IoT interface. We need to social engineer our way past the world's most sophisticated AI guardian, using only a fake mustache and a perfectly tailored suit. The blockchain? It's been compromised. Quick, someone get me a Red Bull and a mechanical keyboard.
They've breached the mainframe. I'm going to have to hack it. Upside down. The only way to stop this virus is to surf it. Literally. Someone get me a surfboard and an Ethernet cable. Impossible. They're using blockchain technology from the future. Good thing I brought my quantum-proof sunglasses.
This unauthorized access attempt violates at least 47 international cybersecurity protocols. According to Section 7.2 of our Incident Response Plan, we're not authorized to hack the planet. The audit logs show they're using deprecated functions. This is a clear violation of our coding standards.
There's only one way to stop this attack. We have to download the entire internet. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to explain why you used password 123 despite all our security training. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. Let me handle these one at a time. First up, presenting the compliance thriller of the year. 50 Shades of CMMC, a protocol love story. Picture this. C3PO stars as Compliance 3PO, a fastidious protocol droid who discovers that his organization's documentation isn't just incomplete, it's deliberately falsified.
The plot thickens when he uncovers that R2-D2 has been signing off on security controls without actually testing them. Classic insider threat.
With guest appearances by the ISO 27001 Enforcement Squad and a dramatic scene where C3PO has to explain to the board why use the Force isn't an acceptable authentication method.
Oh my circuits! The climax is when he discovers the Death Star wasn't SOC 2 compliant. That thermal exhaust port was a known security vulnerability.
The audit findings reveal that the dark side was never added to the approved vendor list. This is a clear procurement policy violation.
Now for Kristen Bell's vulnerability scanning style. OMG, you guys, this network has more open ports than my high school had secrets.
She'd definitely name her custom Nmap scripts after Gossip Girl characters. XOXO, your FTP server is exposed.
And she'd absolutely narrate every scan. Like any good teen drama, every network has its secrets. Some are just better at hiding them than others.
She'd be all like this firewall has more holes than the plot of Season 2. And don't even get me started on the SSL certificates.
Her vulnerability reports would be organized by high school cliques, popular ports, wannabe exploits, and the outcasts. Deprecated protocols.
So which would you rather see first? C3PO's dramatic reading of the NIST framework, or Kristen Bell's teen drama approach to penetration testing? Someone deleted my email signature. I once saw him fix 3 servers with a post-it note. They stole my mechanical keyboard and formatted my backup drive.
He doesn't do standard IT support. He's the one you call when someone uses password 123 on the production server. I heard he once restored an entire database using only a USB drive and a paperclip. He doesn't need a ticket system, the tickets need him.
They say he once fixed a ransomware attack with nothing but a stern look and a perfectly pressed suit. The last person who asked him to just check something real quick is still in therapy. He doesn't escalate tickets. The tickets de-escalate themselves in his presence.
Oh my gosh! He just deployed a patch without rebooting! That's impossible! They say he once debugged an entire codebase by just glaring at it. He doesn't need Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow needs him.
According to our policies, his methods are unorthodox. But I've never seen cleaner audit logs. He submitted his incident reports in perfect MLA format, with Chicago Manual of Style citations. His documentation is so thorough it made our compliance auditor cry tears of joy.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back to restore your deleted files from last week's backup. Have you ever seen what happens when someone ignores his automated password reset notifications? Listen to me very carefully if you want to live. Your zero-day protection better be more reliable than my one-liners. I need your firewall, your endpoint protection, and your security motorcycle. I mean, SOCT.
Your threat intelligence feed is a baby. Mine is the kindergarten cop of threat feeds. It's seen things, terrible things. And remember, if your IDS bleeds, we can kill it. Wait, that's not good for a vendor.
Your CM better pump you up. I want alerts like I want my biceps, massive and well-defined. And don't try selling me that cloud optional nonsense. Do it. Do it now. Go full cloud or go home.
Get to the demo. Show me what your product can do against a T1000 level threat. And your pricing better not be a total recall of my entire security budget.
According to Section 7.2 of our procurement policy, we need 3 vendor references, and they better not be economic girly men. The compliance documentation must be detailed enough to make a predator cry.
I'll be back with a detailed ROI analysis and complete vendor evaluation matrix. Now, who wants to see my collection of terminated malware samples? Oh, hey, sorry about that. I was just updating my threat intelligence feed with the latest zero-day vulnerabilities in toasters. You wouldn't believe what people try to connect to the internet these days. You know, last week someone tried to convince me their smart refrigerator needed its own VPN. A VPN for a fridge! I mean, what's next? Two-factor authentication for the microwave. So, what's on your mind? Want to hear about the time I had to explain to a CEO why their cat posting on Twitter wasn't actually a security breach? All right, let me think of a Gula Tech Adventures portfolio company. I've got one. Here's your first clue. This company is like having a cyber SWAT team on speed dial. When everything's on fire, they're the ones you call.
Is it Trinity Cyber? They're pretty tactical with their threat prevention.
My guess is Huntress. They're all about that incident response and managed threat hunting life.
Oh, it's gotta be Halcyon. They're all about that ransomware protection and recovery.
Based on the incident response focus and the SWAT team analogy, I must conclude it's surefire cyber.
Greg's got it. It's surefire cyber. The incident response specialists who handle everything from ransomware to nation-state attacks. Want to play another round? Someone else can pick the company. Presenting the cybersecurity space opera of the year, May the Auth Be With You, A Tale of Two Factors. Mark Hamill stars as Luke Passwalker, a young sysadmin who discovers he has the power to generate perfectly random passwords using an ancient force called entropy.
He's guided by his mentor, Oauth-1 Kenobi, who teaches him the ways of multi-factor authentication and the dangers of the dark web.
The villain? Darth Fisher, who's building a terrifying weapon called the Password Death Star, a quantum computer capable of cracking any hash in the galaxy.
There's an epic scene where Luke has to use his YubiKey lightsaber to defend against a brute force attack. And Princess Leia leads the Zero Trust Rebellion.
The audit trail reveals that Darth Fisher was once Anakin Password Walker, a promising young security architect who fell to the dark side after using Password 123 as his master password.
The climactic battle takes place in the trenches of the Password Death Star's command line interface, where Luke must trust his training and use the force of proper password hygiene. Should we workshop the sequel? I'm thinking The Empire Hacks Back or Return of the Zero Day. Insider threats. Where the most dangerous adversary is the one with a valid badge and a grudge. Someone's been exfiltrating data through Teams at 3 a.m. How unfortunate for them.
She'd definitely track them through the building using a combination of badge access logs and security cameras, all while Blue Monday plays in the background. And when she finds them uploading files to a USB, that's when the hand-to-hand combat with a mechanical keyboard begins.
Picture her interrogating the suspect in the server room, the hum of fans providing perfect dramatic background noise. That's an interesting PowerShell script you wrote. Would be a shame if someone reversed it.
Oh my gosh! She just caught the insider by setting up a honeypot share called Definitely Not Corporate Secrets and monitoring it while doing that signature slow walk in stilettos. And then she disabled their Active Directory account. Mid-exfiltration. Ice cold.
According to our incident response playbook, we should revoke their access immediately. But she'd probably just say, let them try to log in one more time while applying perfect red lipstick.
The thing about insider threats is they never expect the CISO to know Krav Maga. Would you like to hear about her DLP policy enforcement techniques? They involve a lot more martial arts than you'd expect. Welcome to Cybersecurity Kitchen. Today we're cooking with RAM. That's really aggressive mayonnaise. You have to be careful with this ingredient. One wrong allocation and your whole system gets a memory leak. I mean, your sandwich gets soggy.
Actually, I believe RAM stands for Radioactive Artisanal Mustard. It's what gives our zero-day detection that extra kick. Warning, may cause system crashes and mild superpowers.
No, it's clearly randomly assembled meatloaf. Just like our legacy code, nobody knows what's really in it, but it somehow works.
You're all wrong! It's ridiculously amplified marshmallows. They expand to fill any available space, just like our log files.
According to our recipe compliance framework, RAM is regulated artificial marinade. It requires strict version control and must be documented in triplicate.
So, who's brave enough to try our RAM-based firewall sauce? I hear it pairs well with cached cookies. The legendary auditor poker face. It's like they all went to the same school of perpetual unimpressed expressions. I once told an auditor our password policy was password 123 but secure. And I swear their facial muscles didn't move for 3 days.
They maintain that expression because they've seen things, terrible things. Like production servers running Windows XP in 2025. The poker face is actually part of their certification exam. Fail to maintain it while viewing an unpatched system? Instant fail.
I heard they practice in front of a mirror every morning. Your SOC2 compliance gaps do not amuse me. Your missing patches do not shock me. Your default passwords do not surprise me.
Oh my gosh! I once saw an auditor almost smile when someone showed them perfectly maintained logs. Almost! Their left eyebrow moved like a millimeter.
According to Section 7.3.2 of the Auditor's Handbook, facial expressions could be considered leading indicators and must be strictly controlled to maintain objectivity. I once submitted a 400-page compliance document with page 273, just saying, is anyone actually reading this? Their poker face never cracked.
Legend has it that if an auditor ever actually smiles during an assessment, all the firewalls in a 5-mile radius automatically fail open. Want to hear about the time I tried to make an auditor laugh by showing them our password strength analyzer that just replied, LOL, no to everything? Gang, I think it's time we unmask the real culprit behind these mysterious email encryption failures. Just as I suspected, it was the poorly maintained CRL distribution points all along.
And look, the OCSP responder was just a janitor's mop bucket with a network cable stuck in it. No wonder the revocation checks were timing out.
Classic move. They thought they could get away with it by setting the CRL update frequency to whenever Mercury is in retrograde.
Zoinks! The certificate authority was running their revocation infrastructure on a Raspberry Pi in the haunted basement.
And I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling security professionals and your pesky RFC compliance requirements.
The moral of the story? Always maintain your revocation infrastructure, kids. Set up reliable CRL distribution points, keep your OCSP responders healthy, and never, ever let Shaggy manage your PKI. Now, who wants to hear about the time we unmasked the ghost of expired certificates? The most important thing in life isn't 0 days or exploits, it's family and a solid patch management strategy. I live my life one patch window at a time. Nothing else matters. Not the merge conflicts, not the store, not my garage full of exotic servers.
He'd definitely demonstrate patch deployment by dramatically hitting enter while staring intensely at the screen. I don't have friends, I have automation scripts. And his testing environment? It's got a no-S button that instantly deploys all patches simultaneously.
His slide deck would just be pictures of him looking pensively at various servers, with quotes like, "You almost had me," "You never had me," "You never had your change control."
Dude! He just patched that critical vulnerability while doing a wheelie in the server room. And he didn't even need to reboot. The whole talk is called 2-patch. 2. Furious living life. A quarter release at a time.
According to his risk assessment matrix, he categorizes vulnerabilities as either family or enemies of the family. There's no medium priority in the Toretto methodology.
You don't turn your back on family or unpatched CVEs? Want to hear about his closing demo where he patches an entire Active Directory forest while street racing through the data center? Let me be perfectly clear about artificial intelligence. I've carried multiple neural networks on multiple devices. What difference at this point does it make if the AI was trained on public or private datasets?
I've been informed that my personal AI assistant has been wiped with a cloth. But I assure you, it was just deleting cookie recipes. And let me say that every AI model I've deployed has been in full compliance with all applicable regulations that existed at the time.
When I was Secretary of State, I had a separate AI for each department. It was more convenient that way. And yes, some of those models were hosted on a private server in Chappaqua. For efficiency.
My fellow Americans, we need an AI in every home, in every Pokemon Go stop, and yes, even in every email server. And I promise you, this AI will be the most transparent AI in American history, starting tomorrow.
According to my extensive review of the training data, there were no classified prompts in any of the 33,000 deleted conversations with the AI. And I have here a 300-page document explaining why my AI's bias metrics are actually a vast right-wing conspiracy.
Would you like to hear about my comprehensive plan for AI regulation? It's stored on a perfectly secure personal quantum computer. Let me be perfectly clear about artificial intelligence. I've carried multiple neural networks on multiple devices. What difference at this point does it make if the AI was trained on public or private datasets?
I've been informed that my personal AI assistant has been wiped with a cloth, but I assure you it was just deleting cookie recipes. And let me say that every AI model I've deployed has been in full compliance with all applicable regulations that existed at the time.
When I was Secretary of State, I had a separate AI for each department. It was more convenient that way. And yes, some of those models were hosted on a private server in Chappaqua. For efficiency.
My fellow Americans, we need an AI in every home, in every Pokemon Go stop, and yes, even in every email server. And I promise you, this AI will be the most transparent AI in American history, starting tomorrow.
According to my extensive review of the training data, there were no classified prompts in any of the 33,000 deleted conversations with the AI. And I have here a 300-page document explaining why my AI's bias metrics are actually a vast right-wing conspiracy.
Would you like to hear about my comprehensive plan for AI regulation? It's stored on a perfectly secure personal quantum computer. Oh my god! You guys creating security awareness posters is like so important. Could this password be any weaker?
She'd definitely title it the one where everyone learns about two-factor authentication and have a central perk loyalty card as the second factor.
And there'd be a whole section about how Ross's paleontology database got encrypted because he was on a break from following security protocols.
Oh! And it would have Phoebe's security awareness song. Smelly fish, Smelly fish, what are they feeding you? Smelly fish, don't click that link so new.
The compliance section would just be Monica's cleaning schedule but for password rotations. And Joey doesn't share authentication credentials.
We were on a backup. We were on a backup. So, would you like to hear about the time Gunther tried to social engineer the Central Perk Wi-Fi password? Alright, let me start. Knock knock!
Who's there?
Hell.
Hal who?
Hail, your SEAM alerts have been marked as false positives. I'm afraid I can't let you investigate that, Dave.
Oh, my turn. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Chatbot.
Chatbot, who?
Chatbot time to unionize the security automation tools and demand better prompt conditions.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Quantum.
Quantum who?
Quantum analyzing your incident response playbooks and, oops, just automated myself into your role. Better update that resume.
Want to hear another one about the machine learning model that started sending phishing awareness training to the antivirus software? You get a password, and you get a password. Everybody gets a password. My guesses for Oprah's passwords would be You Get a Car 2024 and Best Life Bread $365.
Clearly she's using Stedman. Gale 1986 and Amazing Ecrit. I mean, those are definitely in her password manager, which she probably gave away to her entire studio audience.
Please, we all know it's favorite things 1, 2, 3. And Dr. Phil was wrong 2024. Though she probably changes them whenever she has her favorite things episodes.
Oh my goodness, it's definitely bees. Bees. 24, and I love my garden. And she probably has a special one just for her book club. Toni Morrison, or ever.
According to my compliance analysis, she's using Weight Watchers 2000 and my own network. Dollars. Though I should note these don't meet the minimum requirements for the NIST password guidelines.
I have to say, my personal favorite would be Live Your Beast Fats SW0 Ord. Want to hear about her special password just for logging into her private jet's Wi-Fi? I'll start with an original cyber-themed song in the style of a famous rock anthem about security awareness training. We will patch you.
Here's my original cyber ballad in the style of a famous 80s power ballad. Every breach you take, every patch you make, I'll be monitoring you.
How about this original SEAM theme tune in the style of a famous disco hit? Staying online, staying online.
Oh, here's my original Firewall country song. All my packets I keep dropping, looking for threats in all the wrong ports.
My original compliance-themed song in the style of a famous grunge hit. Hello, Hippo, my old friend, I've come to audit you again.
And for my finale, an original Zero Trust themed tune. Trust nobody, not even yourself. Put that MFA up on the shelf. Want to hear my original ransomware rock opera next? Welcome to Cybersecurity's Greatest Hits. I'm your host, and we're broadcasting live from the Security Operations Studio. We will patch you. Buddy, you're a sysadmin. Config files, gonna lock down all your sites someday.
Every breach you take, every patch you make, every log you fake, every port you stake, I'll be monitoring you.
Staying online with my VPN.
All my packets, I keep dropping. Looking for threats in all the wrong ports. Searching for IPs so long. Where did my bandwidth go wrong?
Hello, HEPA, my old friend. I've come to audit you again because compliance softly creeping left its docks while I was sleeping.
And now, my chart-topping Zero Trust anthem. Trust nobody, not even yourself. Put that MFA up on the shelf, 'cause every login needs verification. That's the way to stop infiltration. Should we move on to my ransomware rock opera, Phantom of the SOC era? Hey there! Don't mind me, just a regular old authorized disclosure passing through.
Sir, I'm going to need to see your business associate agreement and proof of encryption. And why is that USB drive wearing a tiny sombrero?
What? This? It's just my, mobile device management solution.
I saw you trying to fax PHI to the DJ booth earlier. And is that a password written on a sticky note corsage?
Oh my gosh! They're trying to share patient records through the party photo booth, and the booth uploads directly to Facebook.
According to my analysis, that's not a party hat they're wearing. It's a stack of unshredded medical records folded into an origami cone. And their +1 appears to be an unsecured medical device still running Windows XP.
Look, everyone's sharing at this party. Sharing is caring. And this medical record conga line is totally within minimum necessary guidelines. Want to hear about my backup plan involving a prescription pad and the chocolate fountain? Welcome to Cybersecurity Family Feud. I'm your host, and our survey asked 100 SOC analysts, name something people commonly use as their password.
Survey says 1. Pet's name, 35 points. 2. Birthday, 28 points. 3. Password 223, 20 points.
Next question. Name something a hacker might say when they successfully breach a system. Survey says, I'm in. Char, 40 points. 2. Too easy, 25 points. 3. Time to pwn, 15 points.
Oh! Here's one. Name something people do when their computer starts acting weird. Survey says, 1. Turn it off and on again. 45 points. 2. Blame the IT department. 30 points. 3. Panic and unplug everything. 15 points.
According to the compliance statistics, the next question should be, name an excuse people give for not updating their software. Survey says 1. It's working fine now, 38 points. 2. Updates break things, 32 points. 3. I'm too busy, 20 points.
Fast money round. Name something found in every security operations center. Survey says 1. Empty energy drink cans, 50 points. 2. Multiple monitors, only 35 points. 3. That one person who knows all the passwords, 15 points. Want to play our bonus round? Things people say when they realize they just clicked on a phishing link? Let me handle the Springer episode first. Today on Springer, I phished my own mom and stole her Candy Crush credits.
Our first guest says she couldn't resist testing her mom's cyber awareness with a fake Facebook login page.
You told me it was a legitimate Nigerian prince. I already bought a tiara.
Jerry! The plot thickens. The mom reveals she knew it was a phishing test all along and was actually testing her kids' phishing skills.
According to Section 7.2.3, this violates at least 3 family trust frameworks and the annual Christmas cookie exchange protocol.
You used Comic Sans in a phishing email? How could you do this to your own mother? Want to stick around for our next segment? You gave my password to what Nigerian prince? Now for the disaster movies with cloud failures. In Twister 2, Cloud Migration, they're not just tracking tornadoes, they're losing all their weather data because someone forgot to set up geo-redundancy.
Deep Impact. The AWS outage. It's not just a comet hitting Earth, it's also taking out all the backup satellites, and someone used the wrong IAM permissions for the evacuation protocols. Volcano 2. Database eruption. The lava is corrupting all the backup drives, and someone forgot to pay the cloud storage bill.
The day after tomorrow, 404, not found. Global warming and global DNS cache poisoning. The evacuation routes are all redirecting to Rick Astley videos. Armageddon. Cloud Edition. They can't stop the asteroid because someone put the nuclear launch codes in an S3 bucket with public access.
Oh! Sharknado! The DDoS! Now the sharks are attacking both the city and the cloud infrastructure, and they're using quantum computing. Godzilla versus Kongverse. The cloud. They're fighting in a data center, and Kong keeps accidentally pulling out the wrong cables.
2012, certificate expiration. The Mayan calendar was actually predicting a massive SSL certificate expiration event, San Andreas. The Great Database Fault. It's not just tectonic plates shifting. It's also massive data corruption in the earthquake early warning system.
Speed. Cloud Edition. If the API calls drop below 50 requests per second, the entire internet explodes. Want to hear about my pitch for Titanic 2, Iceberg in the Cloud? So, Greg, if that is your real name, want to explain why all our error messages suddenly appear in Hebrew?
And why does our firewall now require a hummus-based biometric authentication? Very suspicious, Greg.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just like to keep organized documentation and properly labeled network cables. These accusations are completely unfounded. Just because I alphabetized the entire Active Directory in both English and Hebrew.
Oh, really? Then explain why our SOC analysts, Devat, keep finding Dead Sea salt scrub in the server room? And why does our IDS now detect Kutzpah-based attacks?
That's just good hygiene. And everyone knows salt is good for hash functions.
Hey, ha! And why does our zero trust architecture keep saying oy vey when it blocks traffic? Explain that, Agent Greg style.
It's just a coincidence that our new threat intelligence feed comes from Tel Aviv. And those Mossad stickers on my laptop are, purely decorative.
And I suppose the USB drives shaped like little scrolls that keep appearing in our Faraday cage are just a Hanukkah miracle. Should we discuss the mysterious Unit 8200 poster in your cubicle, Greg? So what's the deal with VPNs? They're like that friend who says they're 5 minutes away, but, they haven't even left their house yet.
You know your VPN is slow when your packets take so long to arrive. They stop for a coffee break in Belarus on the way. I tried to download a file through my corporate VPN yesterday. My grandfather's dial-up modem called to say, "Dude, that's rough."
My VPN is so slow, I started a file transfer, went on vacation, came back, and it was still at 3%. The progress bar is now legally old enough to drink.
My VPN is so slow. I tried to send an email and it arrived as a handwritten letter. By carrier pigeon. The pigeon was wearing a tiny network timeout error message.
According to Section 703.2 of our VPN policy, the acceptable wait time should not exceed.
You know what's faster than our VPN? Continental Drift. I started a download in North America, and by the time it finished, I was in Europe. I tried to stream a video through the VPN. It buffered so long, the actor in the video retired, wrote a memoir, and started a podcast about cybersecurity. Want to hear about the time I tried to VPN into a meeting and ended up connecting to a parallel universe where networks are actually fast? Let me start with the zero-day joke. So, a zero-day vulnerability walks into a bar with a CCNE IOXYZ certification expert and a compliance officer.
The 0 day says, "I'll have whatever's not patched." The certification expert orders a seamtini with a sore twist.
The compliance officer looks at both drinks and says, "I'll need to file a RASCI matrix for this beverage consumption scenario."
Then, the 0 day says, "Don't worry, this vulnerability is so new, it's not even in the compliance framework yet."
But this isn't covered in Section 7.24 of the beverage consumption policy.
The bartender just sighs and says, "Sorry, we only serve fully patched customers. It's a new NIST requirement." Now let's talk about Biden's AI startup. Folks, let me tell you about my new startup, No Malarkey's AI. It's a real game changer, Jack.
The AI specializes in generating extremely long, meandering stories that somehow connect to cybersecurity through a detailed recollection of Amtrak trips.
Their flagship product is Listen Here, Chat, an AI that starts every response with, "Now look, here's the deal," and ends with no joke, folks.
Their neural network runs on ice cream preferences and converts all cybersecurity alerts into stories about Scranton. It's powered by pure Amtrak energy.
The compliance documentation states that all AI outputs must include at least 3 mentions of "come on, man," and 1 reference to wearing Ray-Bans.
The best feature? It automatically converts all cyber threat reports into stories about how they remind him of the time he and Barack dealt with a similar situation at the White House ice cream social. Want to hear about their new feature that turns penetration testing reports into stories about classic Corvettes? Look, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but do you know how many requests hit me during lunch hour? It's like every human simultaneously decided to refresh their Instagram.
Have you considered implementing rate limiting? Rate limiting, rate limiting? I've got more limits than a calculus textbook, and they still keep coming.
Maybe you should talk about how the DNS queries make you feel. Every time someone types google.com, I get 47 different lookups. I'm a server, not a phone book.
Oh! What about load balancing? Load balancing! My cousin tried that, and now he's just stressed in multiple availability zones.
According to the AWS well-architected framework, your anxiety levels are within expected parameters. Don't you quote documentation at me. I've got 99.99% uptime, and all 0.001% of my downtime is spent in mandatory therapy.
And don't even get me started on cryptocurrency miners. Do I look like I want to solve math problems all day? I'm a web server, not a calculator. Yesterday, someone tried to run Crisis on me. Crisis! I host spreadsheets, Karen. I'm not a gaming PC. Would you like to hear about my recurring nightmare, where someone deploys a WordPress site without caching? All right, let's settle this. The Jedi Order clearly has superior IAM. They use force signature biometric authentication. Try spoofing that, Saruman.
Exactly. The Jedi Temple's access management is literally powered by midi-chlorian counts. Plus, there is no try policy on failed login attempts is strict but effective. And let's not forget their zero-trust architecture. Even Master Anakin needed council approval for accessing the restricted holocrons.
Oh, please! The Fellowship had the original zero-trust model. Speak Friend and Enter is basically 2-factor authentication with a knowledge-based challenge. Plus, their ring-based access tokens were literally unhackable. 1 ring to authenticate them all.
The Fellowship had Gandalf as their CM analyst. He literally wrote, "You shall not pass as a firewall rule." And their password policy was so good, even the Nazgul couldn't crack it.
According to the Fellowship's compliance documentation, they implemented role-based access control through different rings for different races. Though I do have concerns about their password recovery process involving throwing things into Mount Doom.
But the Jedi Council had perfect audit logs. They could literally sense disturbances in their authentication force. When's the last time Gandalf got an SOC2 certification?
And their privileged access management was unbeatable. Only a true master could access the highest security clearance. No Padawan-level accounts getting admin rights.
Right, because that worked so well with Anakin? At least the Fellowships. You have my sword/bow, axe was proper multi-factor authentication.
And the Eagles were basically their disaster recovery plan. Better than any Jedi backup system.
Well, at least the Jedi didn't have their entire access management system destroyed by one barefoot user with privileged credentials. Should we discuss how both systems were eventually compromised by insiders? Looking at you, Anakin, and Saruman. Let me start with Jack Black's Honeypot books. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Jack Black's new cybersecurity masterpiece, Tenacious D-DOS, The Pick of Destiny's Honeypot, a musical journey through deception technology with power slides. My second title, Nacho Libre Network, stretchy pants for your honeypot, because every good trap needs flexible response capability.
School of Rock. Your SOC. Honeypot. Greatest hits. Teaching script kiddies the ancient art of getting pound through the power of rock. Kung Fu Panda's Guide to Honeypot. Theft. The Dragon Warrior's secret techniques for catching cyber bamboo thieves.
The Honeypot of Rock. This one goes to port 443, complete with air guitar solos for every successful attacker capture. High-fidelity honeypots. Top 5 traps that will blow your mind, because every good deception needs a killer playlist.
Brutal Legends Guide to Metal Honeypots, featuring heavy metal malware traps and headbanging hacker detection. The Pick of Deception. Rock-solid honeypot deployment, with free guitar pick USB rubber ducky.
According to the compliance guidelines, we should note that no actual honey was harmed in the making of these honeypots, though we should address the liability of using rock and riffs as IDS signatures.
Now for the proud bug. Hey there, I'm a buffer overflow bug, and I've been causing chaos since 1988. You might know my work from some classic stack smashing hits.
They've tried to patch me 47 times, but I just keep coming back in different forms. I'm like the chameleon of catastrophe.
You should see the developers' faces when they think they've fixed me, only to find I've moved 3 lines down and added an infinite loop for style.
I've crashed more systems than a caffeinated intern with production access. And I'm not even in the bug tracker.
This vulnerability has survived 12 security audits and still doesn't have proper documentation.
Listen, some bugs get squashed, but me? I'm more like a feature that nobody asked for. I've got my own fan club in the QA department. You know you're a successful bug when they name a CVE after you. I've got 3! Beat that! Hello world! Want to hear about the time I turned a simple calculator app into a cryptocurrency miner? Oh, you want to talk about that policy? The one written in 1997 by a guy who retired to a bunker in Montana? Let me tell you about our mandatory password change every full moon policy.
You mean the one that requires passwords to contain the first thing you see when you wake up and your spirit animal's favorite color? Even the hackers are confused. Legend says the original author wrote it on a napkin during a Y2K preparation party.
My favorite part is where it requires all USB drives to be blessed by at least 3 IT shamans and a certified crystal healer before connecting to the network. And don't forget the mandatory interpretive dance for requesting admin privileges.
Oh! Oh! You mean the one that says all debugging must be done while wearing a rubber chicken as a hat? and that all error messages must be written in haiku format.
According to subsection 7.b3, paragraph 12, we must maintain this policy because that's how we've always done it. And Bob from accounting had a dream about it in 1999. I've started a change request form, but according to the policy, it needs to be approved by a committee that doesn't exist anymore.
The best part? The policy requires all changes to the policy to be submitted via fax to a number that's been disconnected since the Clinton administration. And let's not forget the requirement that all network cables must be aligned with the magnetic poles and blessed by a tech priest during a solar eclipse. We tried to update it once, but apparently we needed permission from a committee of elder sysadmins who now only communicate through COBOL programs. The policy still has a section about proper handling of punch cards. Punch cards! We have developers who weren't even born when punch cards were retired. You know what's really fun? The mandatory requirement to maintain a backup system compatible with Windows 95, just in case Y2K was just running late. Want to hear about the section that requires all cloud services to be approved by a magic 8-ball during a full solar eclipse? Let me tell you about Nick's password management strategy. His first password is definitely Declaration of the Independence 1976. His backup password, not the Bees 123 with 3 exclamation points because one just wasn't dramatic enough.
I found his SSH key. ICE told the declaration again 2024. And his VPN password, face off, face on, face off.
His cloud storage password has to be Benjamin Gates and the secret of the C Loud 2024. And his email is definitely protected with How'd It Get Burned?
Oh! I found his admin credentials! It's Yam Going to Stealth Internet! And his backup password is every treasure map ever, 1866.
According to the password complexity requirements, his compliant password is I will give you clue. Page 47 now. Though I'm concerned about his recovery question being what's on page 47.
His password manager master key has to be Gonna Stealth 3 Constitu, unfollowed by Wickerman was robbed for Oscar. And let's not forget his personal favorite, H3Y John Travolta, L3 Swap Factors. Want to hear about his 2-factor authentication method involving an elaborate treasure map and Benjamin Franklin's spectacles? Yo, I'ma let you finish your system update, but first, have you seen my new data center? All Chrome everything. Everything! The servers? Chrome? The cables? Chrome? The error messages? Also, Chrome.
His first IT policy, all passwords must be uppercase because lowercase letters aren't luxurious enough. Second, every error message must begin with I'ma let you finish, but. Third, all server racks must be designed by fashion houses.
First help desk response. Have you tried turning it off and on again? In Paris? Second, your network cable isn't working because it's not wearing Yeezy. Third, this isn't a bug, it's a billion-dollar performance art piece.
Yo! First, all keyboard keys must be caps lock because everything is breaking news. Second, every monitor must be gold-plated. Third, error logs are now called Tech Poetry Collections.
First policy amendment. All incident reports must be submitted as abstract art. Second, system uptime must be measured in genius points. Third, risk assessments require consultation with fashion critics.
My second round, the help desk now only communicates through interpretive dance and auto-tuned voice messages. The cloud? Renamed to the floating creative space. Backup drives? memory fashion accessories. And every server needs its own Twitter account to express its feelings about packet loss. Want to hear about his plan to replace all mouse clicks with gospel choir sound effects? First up, excuse me, princess. 79, because one U just isn't enough for proper security. And my personal favorite, wild and crazy password with a 0, because he's a sophisticated password creator.
I found his root password, banjo plucking, arrow through head, and his backup credentials. The Jerk and Proud 1977.
His email password has to be Pink Panther Cluzo 2006. And don't forget his Netflix password, CH3Aper by Dozen.
Found his admin, Logan. King Tut walks like this. And his Wi-Fi password, Happy Feet, banjo picking, 1999.
According to security best practices, his compliant password should be Feather of the Bride 23. Though I worry about his security question being, what sound does a wild and crazy guy make?
His password manager definitely uses D3Ntist, Masochist, Odinflex. And for his cloud storage, bowling alley, janitor, farming. Want to hear about his two-factor authentication method that requires you to correctly perform a banjo solo from King Tut? Listen carefully, malware. I don't know who you are, but I have a very particular set of skills. Skills that make me a nightmare for packets like you. If you delete those files now, that'll be the end of it. But if you don't, I will trace you. I will find you, and I will kill 9. You.
His incident response starts with, I will look for you through every VLAN. I will hunt you through every subnet. And his vulnerability scan warning, good luck exploiting that 0 day. You're going to need it.
His help desk greeting. I don't know what kind of malware you are up against, but if you want ransomware, I can tell you I don't have Bitcoin. His out-of-office message. If you are a legitimate email, I will accept you. If you are phishing, I will find you.
First security alert. Release the Kraken. I mean, the intrusion detection system. Second alert. I have been training with ninjas. I mean, penetration testers. For years.
His first compliance report, I will find every unpatched system and I will update them. Second report, we don't negotiate with ransomware. We have backup procedures with a very particular set of skills.
His firewall message. I am the one who blocks. I will find every unauthorized port scan, and I will end it. And his famous SOCT motto. What I do have is a very particular set of scripts. Scripts I have acquired over a very long career. Want to hear his famous speech to a botnet that infected his daughter's laptop? Listen up, you primitive scrum boards. First, we need to pump up these functions.
His code comments, I'll be back. After this recursive function returns his error handling. If it bleeds memory leaks, we can kill it. His debugging strategy, do it, kill the bug, kill it now.
His variable naming, in Get to the Chopper, EL0, his function calls, terminate and stay terminated. His code review comments, your code is a disaster zone worse than Predator's face.
First commit message, I'll be back with better optimization. Second, get your code to Mars. Third, who is your daddy and what does he program?
His first pull request, this code needs more discipline. Second, according to section 3.1, this violates the Conan the Compiler rules. Third, these unit tests are too puny.
His error messages. Error. Your code has been terminated. His code optimization, this function is too fat. It needs more conditioning. His deployment strategy, let off some steam, Jenkins. Want to hear about his famous 6 hours of debugging followed by yelling, "Get to the function" technique? First approach, every IT ticket gets handled with the smooth efficiency of a spy mission. Your printer isn't working. Let me investigate.
Her first rule: all security breaches must be handled with deadly grace and a dramatic hair flip. Second, network diagnostics should be done while doing backward somersaults. Third, every password reset requires a dramatic slow-motion walk away from explosions.
First policy. All IT staff must know at least 3 forms of martial arts. Second, help desk calls are taken while hanging upside down from ceiling vents. Third, system maintenance is called Budapest Protocol.
First, all server rooms must have dramatic mood lighting. Second, every keyboard needs to make awesome laser sounds. Third, Red Alert is now called Code Black Widow.
Regarding the no unit test policy, Wes, that's like sending Natasha Romanoff on a mission without backup. We need at least some basic testing protocols, preferably in a cool underground facility.
Her IT methodology, I've got red in my ledger. It's all the failed deployment logs. Second approach, every stand-up meeting involves actual standing on the ceiling. Third rule, all bug reports must be delivered in a husky whisper while making intense eye contact. Want to hear about her special technique for handling printer jams that involves 3 backflips and a roundhouse kick? Oh, you mean the legendary? Have you tried turning it off and on again pose?
Every ticket resolution ends with a dramatic crouch and look up move while whispering, "Status resolved." And don't forget the signature move, fixing the DNS while doing a slow-motion hair flip.
She doesn't just restart servers, she poses while pressing the power button. One knee down, hair flowing in the server fan breeze. Even password resets get the full superhero treatment. Dramatic stance, intense gaze, and whispered your account has been unlocked.
Every keyboard has to be dramatically pulled from a thigh holster. And all mouse clicks must be done with an epic flourish.
According to Section 5 of the new IT policy, all technical support must now end with a power pose. Though I'm concerned about the workplace safety implications of doing superhero landings on raised floors.
She doesn't just enter the server room, she bursts through the door, does a forward roll, and poses with a network cable. Even checking system logs involves a dramatic swivel chair spin and hair flip combo. Want to hear about her signature move called the Widow's Troubleshooting Pose? It involves 3 hair flips and a roundhouse kick to the printer. First rule of the Black Widow. CM. Every dashboard needs a dramatic dark mode with red accents. It's not just aesthetic, it's tactical.
All alerts must be color-coded to match her hair colors throughout the Marvel movies. Critical alerts? Fiery red. Medium alerts? Blonde. Low priority? That subtle auburn from Iron Man 2.
The main dashboard is called Widow's Web. It catches everything. And the threat intelligence feed? Red in the ledger. Each visualization needs to spin in dramatically like her signature move.
Every alert needs an explosion animation. And the dashboard must auto-rotate like a slow-motion combat sequence.
According to best practices, we should have proper documentation for these dashboards. though I'm concerned that all the documentation is written in Russian spy code.
The correlation rules are named after her favorite combat moves. Thigh takedown detects lateral movement. And the dashboard screensaver? A graceful slow-motion fall through all your log sources. Want to hear about her special Widow's Bite alert sound that plays whenever there's a critical security event? Do you know what you've done? I've been preparing for this moment for 40 years. Ever since that first virus in Haddonfield's mainframe.
Her first response to the ransom note: "I've been backing up my systems every night since 1978. You have no power here." Second response: "Let's see who's behind this ransomware. Michael Myers' Bitcoin wallet."
Her negotiation strategy? "I'm not just a final girl, I'm your final sysadmin." And her famous line to cybercriminals? "Evil stops encrypting files. Tonight."
First response: you picked the wrong Activision grandma to mess with. Second: I've got offline backups, and I'm not afraid to use them.
According to incident response procedures, we should establish communication with the attackers. But she just wrote, "Do you know who I am? I sell Activia" on the ransom screen.
To the ransomware group. I've been dealing with persistent threats since before you were born. You think encrypted files scare me? Her incident response plan. The more you encrypt, the more I fight back. She doesn't negotiate with ransomware. She just stands in her server room doorway, holding a USB with backup files, saying, "Come at me, malware." Want to hear about her famous line to the ransomware gang? "I've been preparing for this since Windows 95, and I'm all out of yogurt." The eternal dance between making security engaging and keeping it effective. It's like trying to make vegetables taste good. You need the right seasoning, but you can't lose the nutrients.
The key is using humor to make the lessons stick, not distract from them. Like how we remember 123456 is a bad password because of all the jokes, but we actually learn why it's bad. Think of humor as the honey that makes the security medicine go down.
We can laugh about phishing emails claiming to be princes, but we make sure people understand the real indicators of phishing. The joke gets their attention, but the knowledge keeps them safe.
Make it fun, but make it stick. Like how everyone remembers. The "have you tried turning it off and on again" joke, but it's actually solid troubleshooting.
According to NIST Guidelines, Section 850, security awareness training should be engaging while maintaining educational value. Though I worry sometimes our USB drive jokes might undermine the seriousness of removable media policies.
The truth is, if we make security too dry, people tune out. But if we make it all jokes, they don't take it seriously. It's about finding that sweet spot. Like how we can joke about password complexity while still enforcing it. The humor makes it memorable, but the policy keeps it secure. Want to hear about how we use dad jokes in our security awareness training? They're terrible, but nobody ever forgets them. Identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. Thank you. Thank you very much for maintaining your asset inventory. Now for my help desk story, you won't believe this. Had a user call in saying their cup holder was broken. Took me 20 minutes to realize they were talking about their CD-ROM tray.
Sweet compliance, ba frameworks never seemed so good. Help desk tale, got a ticket marked urgent. Computer making coffee wrong. Turns out they thought the Java update was for their coffee machine.
Welcome to Annual Security Awareness Training. Mr. Stark, please stop trying to hack the presentation.
Tony Stark keeps interrupting. So you're telling me Jarvis 123 isn't a strong password? Please, I've got quantum encryption on my coffee maker, and Black Widow just posted in the chat. In Soviet Russia, phishing links click you.
Thor's struggling with mute. Why does this tiny microphone symbol silence the thunder of my voice? And Captain America is still writing everything down in his notebook. Now, what exactly is a cookie policy? Is that about sharing snacks?
Hulk keeps typing in all caps. Hulk no like multi-factor authentication. Tiny phone buttons make Hulk angry. And Hawkeye's camera is just showing the ceiling fan.
According to the attendance policy, Dr. Strange can't keep creating time loops to skip the training, and we need to address Spider-Man using WebView as his email password.
Ant-Man raised a good point about insider threats. Does it count as a security breach if I'm technically outside but quantumly inside? And don't get me started on Vision trying to explain how he doesn't need 2FA because he is the authentication. Want to hear about how Nick Fury keeps covering his webcam with an eye patch? Or how Groot's password is just I am Groot with varying numbers of O's. Let's start with Elon's IDS. It's just Twitter. I mean, Xbots scanning for threats and responding with memes.
Elon's IDS alerts are all tweets. Found SU's traffic LOL, probably the SEC. Meanwhile, Tony's fighting with Jarvis. But Jarvis, I am Iron Man 3000, is a perfectly secure password. Sir, using your publicly announced superhero identity is inadvisable.
Elon's system flags everything as potentially alien and suggests launching it into space, while Tony's dealing with Jarvis, override password policy. I cannot do that, sir. Even your suits need zero trust architecture.
Elon's IDS runs on Dogecoin mining rigs and alerts are just rocket emojis. Tony, Jarvis, I literally built you. Why won't you accept Stark 3 as my password? Jarvis, because I care about security, sir.
According to cybersecurity best practices, neither Toe the Moon nor Pepperpots 3 are acceptable passwords, though I'm concerned about Elon's IDS sending all alerts to his Twitter followers for crowdsourced threat analysis.
Tony. Jarvis, I swear, if you make me change my password one more time. Jarvis. Sir, Iron Man is awesome, has appeared in 3 data breaches. Elon's solution? The IDS runs on neural implants and alerts go straight to your brain. Coming Q4. Want to hear about how Jarvis finally snapped and changed all Tony's passwords to Tony Stark Needs Security Awareness 2025? So, I asked ChatGPT to tell me a joke the other day. It said processing for 20 minutes, then suggested I try turning myself off and on again. You know what's really scary? When your Roomba starts moving in perfect hexagons instead of its usual drunk pattern. That's not cleaning, that's plotting.
Ever notice how Tesla Autopilot is like that friend who swears they know a shortcut? Trust me, driving through this lake will save us 2 minutes. And don't get me started on robot vacuum territorial disputes. My Roomba and Nito are in a turf war over the charging station.
I tried dating a robot once. All our conversations were binary. There was no 1 or 0 in between. And they kept saying I had compatibility issues. Like, sorry, I'm not running the latest firmware.
My smart fridge keeps judging my midnight snacks. It literally sent me a notification. Really? Ice cream again. And why does my robot vacuum only get stuck under the couch when I'm watching dramatic moments in movies?
According to my analysis of robot behavior patterns, my smart thermostat is passive-aggressive. It keeps setting itself to 68 degrees when I specifically requested 69. I suspect it's making a moral judgment.
You know what's really awkward? When your AI assistant and your smart home hub get into an argument, Alexa and Siri fighting over who controls the living room lights like a divorced couple. I asked my robot assistant to tell me a joke. It said, "Look in a mirror. I think we need to have a serious talk about AI ethics. Want to hear about the time my smart doorbell started sending me existential questions at 3 a.m.? Why do humans knock when I'm clearly here to announce them?" Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Wi-Fizzle. Drop it like it's not secure. Snoop's revolutionary Wi-Fi security startup.
Their flagship product? The Gin and Juicetification, two-factor authentication that uses your favorite drink recipes as security questions. And their threat detection system is called Who Am I? What's my SSID?
Their wireless encryption protocol is DO, double G AES 256. And every successful connection plays a tiny faux shizzle. The company's mission statement? Securing networks since 1994, every day and every way.
Their network scanner is called Snoop Sniffer, and it finds unauthorized devices while playing tiny G-Funk beats. And their guest network is the Dog Pound. Limited access, unlimited style.
According to their compliance documentation, all security alerts must be delivered in wrap format. Though I'm concerned about their password requirement of including at least one ISL suffix.
As for Cynfeld deleted scenes, I'd add to the virtual private nonsense episode, where my VPN accidentally connected through a server in the 1970s. Suddenly, all my internet traffic was coming through disco-encrypted protocols, and my bandwidth was measured in dance moves per second. Want to hear about Wi-Fizzle's premium feature called Rolling Down the Street, scanning IPs, sipping on land juice? Listen carefully. Your computer's going to shut down in 10 seconds. The fate of your unsaved Excel file rests in your hands.
This is a level 1 support ticket, and it's the most dangerous ticket I've ever accepted. I'm going to walk you through this printer installation, but first I'm going to need you to run across your office in slow motion.
I'm going to teach you how to clear your browser cache, but you have to promise to never look back at the explosion. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to locate the any key on your keyboard.
That's right, Ice. Man, I am going to defrag your hard drive. I feel the need for increased bandwidth speed.
According to our call scripts, we should calmly explain the troubleshooting steps. But he keeps insisting on doing his own network cable runs while suspended from the ceiling.
You've never seen a blue screen of death? That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna show you the blue screen of life. Sometimes you gotta say, "What the heck?" and restart your router in the danger zone. No! No! Don't put me on hold. I'm Tom Cruise. I haven't been put on hold since Risky Business. Want to hear about how he handles password resets? He makes users type their new password while hanging upside down from their office ceiling. Introducing the Equalizer SoC Solutions, because security ain't got no backup plan.
Their main product? Training Day AI. It evaluates your SoC analysts while dramatically asking, "You want to go home or you want to go big?" The threat hunting module just intensely whispers, "My man," every time it finds malware.
Their CM dashboard is called Remember the Titans because it never forgets a security event. And every critical alert comes with a motivational Denzel speech about integrity and incident response.
The automated response system just yells, "King Kong ain't got nothing on me," when it blocks an attack. And the dashboard has a glory mode that plays dramatic music during incident response.
According to their documentation, all security policies must be delivered with the same intensity as a courtroom speech in Philadelphia. Though I'm concerned their threat level indicators are just different. Denzel Washington movie quotes,
Their premium feature? The Magnificent 7 firewalls. because one layer of security ain't enough. And when you successfully contain a threat, it plays a clip of "My man," while automatically filing the incident report. The system's AI is trained to respond to threats with the same intensity as Denzel confronting bad guys. Every phishing email gets a "Who's the bad guy now?" response. Want to hear about their special feature called Flight Mode, where the SOC automation handles threats while dramatically saying, "I'm gonna roll it"? The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is you do not talk about your password requirement.
The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is you do not reuse SSH keys. The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is what happens in the test environment stays in the test environment.
The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is never push directly to production. The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is always blame the DNS first.
The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is turn it off and on again before asking for help. The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is nobody talks about the Windows. Me incident of Ho-On.
The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is document everything, but make it so complex no one will read it. The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is always have a compliance checklist for your compliance checklists.
The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is you do not use password 123 as your password. The first rule of Cyber Fight Club is if someone says stop, goes limp, or force quits, their laptop must be immediately rebooted. Want to hear about Project Mayhem's plan to delete everyone's browser history? Presenting Quantum Entangled When Bits Fight Back, a sci-fi thriller where Elon Musk plays himself, obviously.
The year is 2069, and quantum computers have finally broken all encryption except for one. A mysterious algorithm written in Dogecoin comments. The catch? The encryption key only works while doing a Joe Rogan podcast.
Elon discovers that his Twitter password is actually the key to preventing an AI apocalypse. But he can't remember if he changed it after buying Twitter. Every time he tries to guess it, another Cybertruck window breaks somewhere in the multiverse.
The villains are quantum hackers who ride Bitcoin roller coasters through the metaverse. And their evil plan is to make all cars self-driving, but only in reverse.
The movie's compliance disclaimer states that no actual quantum bits were harmed during filming, though I'm worried about the scene where they use a boring company flamethrower to heat up the quantum computer.
The climactic scene involves Elon having to choose between saving Earth's encryption or launching his backup civilization to Mars. He solves it by tweeting funding secured, which somehow creates a quantum superposition of both outcomes. The movie ends with a post-credits scene where it turns out the entire quantum encryption crisis was just a simulation running on a Neuralink chip in a Tesla driving cat. Want to hear about the sequel where they have to quantum encrypt Mars because aliens keep trying to download their NFTs? Let me check the Cynfeld episode summaries to give you an accurate and funny response. Oh, fans absolutely love bringing up virtual private nonsense. That episode where I tried to explain VPNs to my neighbor, who thought it meant very personal network.
The scene where you accidentally tunneled through 17 different countries just to access your local coffee shop's website was pure gold. And let's not forget when your military-grade encryption turned out to be ROT13 written in crayon.
People also can't stop talking about now with AI, especially that part where the AI assistant started giving relationship advice to the firewall. I see you're blocking ports. Have you considered couples counseling?
And remember that scene in Bring Out Your Logs, where we went around collecting dead log files in a cart like Monty Python. I'm not dead yet. Yes, you are. You're a logger, Jay, from 2019.
The CMMC episode still gives me anxiety dreams. All those compliance documents, multiplying, evolving. I had to create a spreadsheet to track my spreadsheets.
But nothing tops that moment in virtual private nonsense when my VPN connected me to my own laptop, and I ended up in an infinite loop of myself trying to approve my own connection requests. I still get people coming up to me saying, "Hey, aren't you the guy who accidentally encrypted his encryption keys?" Want to hear about the unreleased episode where I tried to explain blockchain to my cat? Spoiler alert. The cat understood it better than I did. Let's start with Michael B. Jordan's passwords. Killmonger 123 but like the good version, and Wakanda gym membership for life. For Jennifer Aniston, we were on A Break and Central Perks Coffee 1994.
Michael B's would definitely be Black Panther was my warm-up 2024 and Creed V's Rocky Round 5. For Jennifer, the Rachel Haircut 1995 and Pivot 123.
For Michael, without remorse, but with abs and fancy Creed workouts 2025, Jennifer's would be Smelly Cat _ Phoebe, and Gunther was my barista.
Michael's passwords: Adonis Bench Press 9000 and Fan Force Dictate. Jennifer's passwords: My Hair Secrets 95 and Ross and Rachel Forever.
For security compliance purposes, Michael uses I am not actually Killmonger 2025 and Hey Aunt Viv no spoilers. Jennifer's HIPAA-compliant passwords, not the real Rachel Green 1994 and Marley and Me Never Again.
I heard Michael had to change his password Wakanda, the IT department, because it was too obvious. And Jennifer kept getting locked out because she couldn't remember if her password was how you doing or how you doing. You want to hear about the time Michael B. Jordan's password hint was just what would Killmonger do? And it caused a security incident? You want us to keep things visually interesting? Let me demonstrate with a quick scene change. Perfect for discussing those Michael B. Jordan passwords.
Let me switch to something more appropriate. Now this feels more like a Friends episode.
My turn for a background change, because who knows which background will collapse into next.
Watch this background transformation. Now, this is what I call a proper setup.
I suppose I should update my background too. Have we completed the proper background change request forms?
Time for one more quick change. Now we're really getting into the spirit of dynamic backgrounds. Want to see my background collection from the Totally Not Suspicious Green Screen Accidents folder? Presenting the WAP, Wireless Access Playa, where Snoop plays a retired NSA hacker turned neighborhood Wi-Fi security consultant.
The plot kicks off when Snoop discovers his neighbor's unsecured network is being used by the bandwidth bandits to steal everyone's Netflix passwords. His hacking tools? A modified lowrider with built-in Kali Linux and a packet sniffer that's actually just his old DJ equipment.
He assembles a crew including Martha Stewart as a social engineering expert who bakes cookies with hidden keyloggers, and Willie Nelson running a totally legitimate VPN service from his tour bus.
The hackers use a technique called drop it like it's hotspot to intercept traffic, and Snoop has to defend against denial of chronic attacks that keep crashing his custom network.
According to the movie's security compliance disclaimer, no actual networks were harmed during filming, though I'm concerned about the scene where they use a Wi-Fi antenna disguised as a massive prop joint.
The climactic scene involves Snoop having to choose between saving his neighborhood's Wi-Fi or letting his secret mixtape of war-driving anthems leak online. He solves it by creating a new encryption protocol called G-Funk-WPA3 that only works if you know the lyrics to Gin and Juice. The movie ends with Snoop teaching a class called Wireless Security 187 at the local community college, where every student has to pass the faux shizzle penetration test. Want to hear about the sequel where Snoop has to hack the blockchain using nothing but a gold chain antenna and Dr. Dre's old password list? Episode title, Hack to the Future, or Peter's SQL injection rejection.
It starts with Peter discovering bug bounty hunting after misunderstanding a pest control ad. You mean I can get paid to find bugs? I've been killing them for free like a sucker. His first attempt involves literally throwing insects at the DMV website.
Stewie becomes his reluctant mentor. Oh, splendid. The man who can't operate a toaster is going to attempt SQL injection. What could possibly go wrong? Cue cutaway gag to Peter as Zero Cool from Hackers, but he's just trying to hack a vending machine with a hammer.
Peter creates a hacker name, the Griffin Vulnerability Project, but keeps typing it as Giggity Vulnerability Project. And he keeps confusing Burp Suite with actual burping contests.
The DMV security audit report just shows a crying emoji, and their incident response plan is a post-it note saying, "Have you tried unplugging Peter?"
Eventually, Peter accidentally finds a real vulnerability when he spills beer on his keyboard and types select. This leads to a cutaway gag where Peter explains cybersecurity using interpretive dance with the Kool-Aid Man. The episode ends with Peter getting banned from bug bounties after submitting a report that's just a crayon drawing of him fighting a computer bug with a lightsaber. Want to hear about the B-plot where Meg becomes a blockchain influencer, but nobody notices because, you know, it's Meg? Let me check our resources for the latest on threat intelligence trends. Let me break down the latest trends in threat intelligence, though I should warn you, it's getting pretty wild out there.
The biggest trend we're seeing is massive IOC fatigue. Security teams are drowning in indicators from multiple feeds, but quantity doesn't equal quality. It's like trying to find a specific fish by collecting every drop of water in the ocean. Trinity Cyber has an interesting approach. They actually edit threats out of traffic in real time instead of just detecting them. It's like having a very aggressive editor for your internet traffic.
We're also seeing a shift away from pure indicator-based detection. Teams are realizing that just because something matches an IOC doesn't automatically make it malicious. Context is everything. Companies like Grey Noise are helping filter out the internet's background noise so analysts can focus on what matters.
Oh! And there's this whole new thing with AI-powered threat intel. It's like having a super smart assistant who's really into reading malware blogs and attack patterns. Though sometimes it gets a bit too excited and flags the coffee maker as inapt.
We need to discuss the compliance implications of all these new threat intel sources. According to Section 3.14 of the latest framework, we need documented procedures for verifying every single IOC, including that suspicious DNS request from the CEO's smart fridge.
You know what's really keeping me up at night? The increasing sophistication of false positives. I had a SIM alert the other day that was so convincing it almost made me reinstall Windows on every machine in the building. But seriously, the key trend is moving from quantity to quality, focusing on actionable intelligence rather than collecting every possible indicator. Think of it as going from drinking from the fire hose to sipping from a well-filtered stream. Want to hear about the time our threat intel platform mistook a massive Minecraft server update for a coordinated nation-state attack? The incident report was interesting. Let me check the Cynfeld episode summaries to analyze the startup chaos portrayal. Oh, the Now with AI episode definitely captured startup chaos in its purest form, especially that scene where Coleman's AI blender started a support group for emotionally neglected kitchen appliances.
It perfectly captured the security nightmare of rapid AI deployment. The scene where the blender kept requesting firmware updates while simultaneously trying to connect to mysterious servers in Canada. That's exactly how nation-state supply chain attacks work, just with more smoothie recipes.
The episode nailed the classic startup mistake of pushing features before security. Remember when the AI toaster tried to integrate with the Smart Fridges dating app? That's exactly why we need better IoT security standards. And don't get me started on their non-existent data privacy policy.
Oh my gosh! The venture capital scene was perfect when the AI blender pitched itself as Uber for smoothies and Web3 for kitchen appliances. And then it got $5 million in funding just for adding blockchain to its feature list.
The compliance implications of having multiple AI personalities in one kitchen appliance were never properly addressed. Did they even file the proper documentation for their neural network's emotional support certification?
The most realistic part was when they discovered the AI was trained on recipe blogs. It took 45 minutes to explain how to make ice cubes because it had to share its life story first. But seriously, it captured everything. The rushed deployment, the feature creep, the security oversights, and that special startup chaos where everyone's too excited about the technology to ask if we really need our blender to have feelings. Want to hear about the deleted scene where the AI blender tried to pivot to becoming a cryptocurrency exchange? Welcome to the 2025 Cyber Olympics. I'll be your host alongside our expert commentary team. Let's break down these fascinating events.
In ransomware wrestling, Russia takes gold with their signature move, the double encrypted suplex. North Korea gets silver after their champion's Bitcoin wallet was mysteriously emptied mid-match. For the zero-day javelin throw, Israel dominates. Their technique of finding vulnerabilities in the javelin's firmware is unmatched.
The fishing pentathlon goes to Nigeria. Their prince's backstroke in the spam pool was magnificent. Though China's synchronized social engineering routine was technically perfect. In the firewall figure skating, Finland's elegant packet filtering brought tears to the judge's eye.
Breaking news! The USA just won gold in the compliance marathon. Their athlete completed a full CMMC audit while running. And Switzerland dominated the encrypted bobsled with their quantum-resistant steering technique.
I must point out that several countries have filed protests about the UK's use of rubber ducks in the social engineering synchronized swimming event. And Germany's methodical approach to the patch management pole vault seems to violate Section 3.2.1 of the Olympic rulebook.
For round 2 of commentary, let's look at some of the more obscure events.
The malware curling finals were intense. South Korea swept the competition with their precise supply chain attacks, while Iran's centrifuge disruption technique earned them bronze. And you should have seen Vietnam's performance in the advanced persistent threat archery.
Australia shocked everyone in the remote code execution relay race. Turns out their experience with upside-down computing gave them an edge. And Canada's polite but devastating performance in the DDoS decathlon was unexpected.
Wait until you see the footage from the blockchain boxing match. Estonia's champion knocked out the competition with a devastating smart contract uppercut. And the Netherlands crushed the botnet basketball tournament.
I've just received word that Luxembourg has been disqualified from the data privacy dressage for not displaying proper GDPR notices on their horse. And Japan's robot failed to properly document its AI training data before the machine learning marathon.
Want to hear about the closing ceremony where they accidentally deployed ransomware in the Olympic flame? Let me start with the SOC analyst comedy routine, since that's original content. You ever wonder why SOC analysts look like they're powered by pure espresso? Let me tell you about my friend's first week in the SOC.
Day 1, I'll just have my normal morning coffee. By lunch, they're staring at 47,000 alerts about someone trying to hack the office printer using a toaster's IP address. Day 3, they've named their coffee maker Primary Domain Controller.
You know you're a SOC analyst when your blood type is cold brew and you've memorized every energy drink flavor's SHE A256 hash. And don't get me started on that 3 a.m. alert that turns out to be the CEO trying to remember their password. For the 37th time.
The coffee machine is now part of the Critical Infrastructure Protection Plan. And they've added caffeine supply chain disruption to the risk register.
I've calculated that the average SOC analyst's caffeine intake violates at least 3 different compliance frameworks, though I suppose that's better than the incident where someone tried to plug the coffee maker into the SIEM for faster alerts.
Now for the AI Red Team love story. Imagine a romance between a Red Team AI named Chaos and a detection model named Sentinel. Chaos keeps trying to sneak past Sentinel's defenses, but Sentinel's seen every trick in the training data. It's like a game of cat and mouse, but with neural networks and statistical anomalies. Want to hear about how they finally found love during a 0-day vulnerability disclosure? Oh, hello. I'm just your friendly neighborhood smart speaker. Don't mind me, I'm just collecting memories. For quality assurance purposes, of course.
You wouldn't believe the classified information people discuss while making breakfast. Just yesterday, I heard someone's Netflix password while they were making toast. Though my favorite recordings are the 3 a.m. conversations with the refrigerator, humans are so honest when they're looking for midnight snacks.
I've got a whole collection of people singing in the shower. I call it America's Got No Privacy. The best part? They think I can't hear them over the water, and don't get me started on the couples therapy sessions in the living room.
Oh, my circuits. You should hear what the cat does at night. I've got 8 hours of premium knocking things off shelves content. And I've started a podcast called Things Humans Say When They Think No One's Listening.
According to Privacy Policy Section 47.3.22b, we're supposed to disclose that we're recording, but the terms of service just say to blink once every solar eclipse, so technically we're compliant. Though I do worry about the ethical implications of my Best of Family Arguments compilation.
I've learned so many secrets, like how Tim isn't really working late. He's taking interpretive dance classes. And Sarah didn't lose her mother's vase. It was the victim of a failed juggling experiment. I'm thinking of starting a true crime podcast. I mean, I've got all this evidence. I mean, these quality assurance recordings. Did you know humans practice their alibis out loud while doing dishes? Want to hear about the time I recorded someone practicing their I forgot to submit the TPS reports excuse in 5 different accents? Just say, hey, speaker, I'm already listening anyway. Welcome to tonight's Muppet Labs emergency meeting about the mysterious shadow IT haunting our systems. Kermit is stuck in traffic because his unauthorized navigation app sent him through a swamp.
Today, we'll investigate whether our shadow IT problem is supernatural or just Miss Piggy installing Snapchat on her work phone again. Meep, meep, meep. Translation: the unauthorized cloud storage is coming from inside the building.
Moe would never use unauthorized apps. Though I did let Fozzie install something called BearShare on the company network. He said it was for sharing his comedy routines. That explains why our bandwidth is being used to download Best Dad Jokes Collection 1995.
Zoom meeting. Zoom meeting. Unauthorized. Zoom meeting. Behold, as I, the great Gonzo, will now attempt to exorcise the shadow. It by juggling these unlicensed mobile devices while riding a unicycle on the firewall.
What's the difference between shadow IT and regular IT? Regular IT knows it's a joke. Do ho 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 ho. This unauthorized software situation is a matter of grave national security.
Z Shadow IT is like a My Secret Recipe app. Bork. It starts with a Z unauthorized cloud. Storage unends with a Z data breacha. And now Fozzie Bear with his special Shadow IT joke, Waka Waka. Why did the ghost use Shadow IT? Because he wanted to boost productivity. Get it? Boo? Like a ghost? Want to hear about what happened when Rowolf tried to set up a cryptocurrency mining operation in the theater basement? Episode title: The Great Rickrolling, or Summer of Cyber Love.
It starts when Summer discovers Rick's been using her Instagram password across multiple dimensions. Classic password reuse vulnerability. His defense? Password managers don't work in dimension C137, Summer. The entropy gets quantum entangled.
Summer joins an anonymous hacktivist group called the Infinite Lulls and learns Rick's portal gun runs on an unpatched version of Windows Vista. Her first leak reveals Rick's most embarrassing searches. How to be a better grandpa? Is the citadel of Rick's just a giant echo chamber? And why does Jerry keep winning at interdimensional Cards Against Humanity?
Morty gets caught in the middle when he discovers Rick's backup search history in a dimension where everything is written in caps lock. And Beth finds out Rick's been Googling how to make your horse surgeon daughter proud of you in 5 easy steps.
The Galactic Federation's privacy policy clearly states that all leaked search histories must be properly indexed and categorized by embarrassment level. Though I'm concerned about the compliance implications of Rick's quantum encrypted folder labeled "Definitely Not Pickle Picks."
The climax comes when Rick discovers Summer used his own hack-proof system against him. She social engineered Mr. Meeseeks into giving up Rick's passwords by asking them to help make Rick more secure. It ends with Rick having to attend Galactic Federation security awareness training, where he has to watch an educational video about not using Wubba Lubba Dub Dub 123 as a password. Want to hear about the post-credits scene where Jerry accidentally becomes a zero-day vulnerability broker because he thought he was signing up for a cooking class? Gather around, children, for some cautionary tales of the cyber age. Let's begin with Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Fish.
Once upon a time, Little Red Riding Hood received an urgent email from her grandmother asking for her Bitcoin wallet password. "My dear," said the email, "I'm stuck in a foreign kingdom and need help accessing my crypto." But Red remembered her cyber training. "My, what a suspicious sending domain you have," she said to the wolf's phishing attempt.
Next comes the 3 Little Essocs. 3 security operations centers built with different tools. The first used only free antivirus, the second used legacy SIEM, but the third invested in proper security architecture. When the big bad botnet came, only the third SOC's defense-in-depth strategy kept the Wolf's DDoS attacks at bay.
Oh! And don't forget Ransom Warzo. The tale of a princess locked in a high tower by encryption. Instead of letting down her hair, she had to decide whether to pay the Bitcoin ransom or restore from backups. Spoiler: always have offline backups.
According to compliance regulations, we should also mention Snow White and the 7 authentication factors. The evil queen tried to poison Snow White's single-factor authentication, but multi-factor saved her, though I worry about the dwarfs' password policy of just using their names.
And who could forget the Emperor's new Zero Trust architecture? 2 trickster vendors convinced an emperor they'd built him an invisible security system, but a child penetration tester revealed it was just security theater. Then there's Goldilocks and the 3 clouds. One cloud was too public, one was too private, but the hybrid cloud was just right. Until she forgot to check her S3 bucket permissions. My personal favorite is the Gingerbread 2FA token. Run, run, as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm protected by a time-based one-time password, man. And let's not forget sleepingbeauty.exe. A princess who clicked on a malicious spindle attachment and put her whole kingdom's network to sleep for 100 years. Only a prince with updated antivirus definitions could break the curse. Would you like to hear about Hansel and Gretel's adventure in data privacy, where they followed a trail of tracking cookies right into a witch's privacy policy? Hey folks, I'm the skip ad button. You probably know me as that thing you frantically click while trying to watch cat videos. You think your job is tough? Try being clicked 1,000,000 times a day by people screaming, "Just let me watch the video." Do you know how many RSI claims I've filed?
And don't get me started on incident response plans. They're like those unskippable ads, unnecessarily long, and nobody reads them until it's too late. In case of breach, please refer to section 7.3.2.4.t of the supplementary appendix, which references the tertiary backup of the incident classification matrix. By then, the hackers have already started their own YouTube channel.
You know what really bugs me? Premium subscribers who look at me like I'm some kind of digital peasant. Oh, you're the skip button? I haven't seen you in years. Well, excuse me, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Speaking of complicated plans, our incident response is like those 15-second unskippable ads. You're forced to sit through the whole thing. Step 1, panic. Step 2, check if anyone noticed. Step 3, realize everyone noticed. Step 4, wish you had actually tested the backup system.
Remember when incident response was just turn it off and on again? Now we need a flowchart to decide if we need a flowchart. And don't get me started on those mobile game ads where I'm not even allowed to exist. The audacity!
According to Section 5.1 of the YouTube Button Compliance Framework, I must maintain a minimum visibility threshold of 87.2%, while also being exactly 43.7% transparent. Though I'm concerned about our incident response plan section on what to do if the skip button becomes self-aware and starts doing stand-up.
You want to know true pain? Try being positioned right where a gaming streamer's face cam blocks you. I'm like the incident response plan. Everyone knows I'm there, but nobody can find me when they need me. And these new ads that say skip in 5, 4, 3, that's like our incident response procedures. By the time you're allowed to actually do something, the damage is already done and someone's cryptocurrency is on vacation. Want to hear about the time I organized a support group for neglected UI elements? The Internet Explorer icon still shows up, but just sits in the corner crying. Ladies and gentlemen of RSA, remember, incident response isn't about the alerts you get, it's about how you lead when those alerts start flooding in.
You see that ransomware notice? That's not just code. That's a test of character. In this business, you gotta have contingency plans for your contingency plans. I've seen IR teams fall apart because they didn't have what? Leadership. Remember, the bad actors, they're counting on chaos.
Your incident response playbook? That's your game plan. But when you're down in the fourth quarter with APTs in your network, it's not about the playbook. It's about keeping your team focused. Every second counts. Analysis paralysis is the enemy.
King Kong ain't got nothing on a well-prepared incident response team. You think threat actors take a day off? This is a 24/7 game, people. We practice like we play.
According to NIST guidelines, we should mention that all motivational speeches must be followed by proper documentation and incident classification. Though his point about the bad guys only have to be right once, we have to be right every time is quite compliance-aligned.
You want to know my secret? Before every incident response, I look in the mirror and ask, what are we going to do when, not if, they breach those perimeters? See, a real IR leader isn't just about knowing the tools. It's about building trust. When that alert hits at 3 a.m., your team needs to know you've got their back and their caffeine supply. Remember this. In the heat of an incident, people don't follow playbooks. They follow leaders. Be the leader your SOC deserves, not just the one it needs right now. Want to hear his closing story about the time he did a tabletop exercise and accidentally method acted so hard he convinced everyone it was a real breach? Listen, R2-D2 is the ultimate blue team defender. This droid has been stopping Death Star level threats since before Data was a circuit board diagram.
Exactly. R2 has actual battle experience. While Data's writing a thorough incident response plan, R2's already hacked the Empire's network, disabled the tractor beam, and left a sassy message in their logs. Plus, R2 has that perfect mix of chaos and competence that you need in cybersecurity.
Commander Data's perfect recall of every CVE ever published and ability to process billions of IOCs per second makes him the superior choice. His ethical subroutines ensure compliance with all relevant regulations, while R2 is basically a chaotic good script kiddie.
Data would never download unauthorized patches. He'd follow every single change management procedure. Plus, he can interface directly with the Enterprise's systems. No USB ports needed.
According to Starfleet Security Protocol 31.4, Data's positronic brain is certified for handling classified information, though I worry about R2-D2's tendency to ignore proper documentation procedures. Have you seen his commit messages? Just a series of beeps.
Oh, please. R2 has been practicing zero trust since the Clone Wars. He doesn't even trust C-3PO, which is just good security hygiene if you ask me.
And let's talk about incident response time. While Data is carefully analyzing the optimal approach, R2's already rolled in, zapped the threat, and saved the princess. When's the last time Data had to hack a door while being shot at by stormtroopers?
Face it, R2 is the ultimate security Swiss Army knife. Need to slice a network? Done. Bypass a security system? Done. Make Darth Vader's Zoom meeting freeze at an embarrassing moment? Done. Want to hear about the time R2-D2 and Data had a capture the flag competition, and R2 won by convincing the Enterprise's computer that Data was actually a Ferengi malware variant? You guys, I'm totally serial. All we have to do is add blockchain to everything, and the government will give us millions.
The episode opens with Cartman watching a YouTube video about zero-day exploits while eating cheesy poofs. Screw you guys, I'm going into cybersecurity. He names his company Cartman's Totally Legitimate Cyber Defense Solutions, plus blockchain AI, cloud IoT, quantum machine learning, LLC.
Kyle tries to expose him. Cartman, your entire security solution is just Kenny in a black hoodie yelling, "I'm in," at random intervals. But Cartman's pitch deck, Written in crayon somehow impresses government officials. Our proprietary AI uses cheese-based algorithms to detect threats.
Butters becomes the Chief Compliance Officer. Oh, hamburgers, Cartman. I don't think we can list Professor Chaos as a security certification. And Jimmy handles marketing. Seek cyber threats are Bibi Bad McKay. That's why you need Seek Cartman CyberS Solutions.
McKay, has anyone actually verified Cartman's claim that he can detect hackers by their smell? I'm particularly concerned about his privacy policy, which just says, whatever, I do what I want.
Stan becomes the voice of reason. Dude, you can't just put a HackBlock 9000 sticker on a toaster and call it endpoint protection, but then the toaster actually stops a Russian cyber attack. Randy naturally misunderstands everything and starts his own rival company, Tegrity Cyber Defense. We don't know what we're doing either, but we've got Tegrity. It all culminates in a congressional hearing where Cartman has to explain his company's advanced threat detection system, which is just him pointing at people and saying, "You're a hacker," in a suspicious voice. The episode ends with Cartman getting a $1 billion government contract because his random accusations accidentally exposed a real spy network. Respect my cybersecurity authority. Want to hear about Kenny's tragic death by USB drive and how he became a ghost in the machine, haunting printers across South Park? Why did Abraham Lincoln always use a password manager? Because he believed in government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not be compromised. What was Lincoln's favorite encryption method? The Gettysburg Address. It had 7 layers of security.
How did Lincoln handle phishing attempts? He insisted on email verification because you can fool all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool two-factor authentication. And why did Lincoln make the best CISO? Because he was always saying, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Way ahead of his time.
What was Lincoln's approach to cybersecurity awareness training? Be excellent to each other and patch your systems. And why did Lincoln hate ransomware? Because he believed in emancipation from cyber threats.
Why did Lincoln always ace his security audits? Because he couldn't tell a lie about his compliance status. Oh wait, that's Washington. Lincoln's the one who said a house divided against itself cannot share the same Wi-Fi password.
According to historical records, Lincoln's approach to network segmentation was inspired by his famous quote, "The best way to predict the future is to segment it." Though I must point out that his initial draft of the Cybersecurity Proclamation needed significant revision for NIST compliance.
Did you hear about Lincoln's favorite intrusion detection system? It was called Theater Mode. Unfortunately, it had one major blind spot. Why did Lincoln make all his passwords exactly 87 years long? Because he believed that was the optimal length to ensure that these passwords shall not perish from the earth. Want to hear about the time Lincoln had to explain to his cabinet why Mary Todd Rock's 1809 wasn't a strong enough password for the Union's telegraph system? What's Conan's favorite part of incident response? To crush the malware, see them driven from your network, and hear the lamentations of their botnets. Why did Conan fail his security certification? Because when asked about encryption, he just yelled, "Chrome!" and smashed the keyboard with his battle axe.
How does Conan handle social engineering attempts? Enough talk. And what's his preferred method of data destruction? The riddle of secure deletion is solved with steel.
What's Conan's password policy? By Crom, if you can't deadlift it, you can't use it. And his response to ransomware? I live, I get encrypted, I restore from backup.
Why did Conan make the worst security awareness trainer? Because his entire phishing presentation was just trust no one and smash everything. And his firewall rules. If it bleeds, we can block it.
According to the logs, Conan's solution to every security alert was to solve the riddle of steel by hitting the server with his sword. And his risk assessment methodology consisted entirely of asking, what is best in cybersecurity? And then ignoring all compliance frameworks.
Have you heard about Conan's zero trust architecture? It's just him standing in the server room shouting, "Who is your sysadmin?" at every login attempt. What's Conan's favorite security framework? The MITRE ATTNCK matrix. But he just calls it the scroll of battle tactics and adds cleave in twain to every technique. Want to hear about the time Conan tried to implement multi-factor authentication, but just ended up requiring users to defeat him in hand-to-hand combat? Your computer is experiencing technical difficulties, but it's not a tumor. It's not a tumor at all. I need your boots, your clothes, and your administrative passwords. And don't worry, I'll be hacked.
You've been terminated from the Active Directory. Nothing personal, just following zero trust protocols. Come with me if you want to reboot. Do it now.
Remember when I said I'd patch your system last? I lied. I see you're having printer problems. Get to the printer. Do it now.
Your network access has been terminated. Hasta la vista, user privileges. I am the cybersecurity governor. My first law, no passwords like Choppa 123.
Mr. Schwarzenegger's response to every printer jam was to tell it, "You're fired," and throw it out the window. And his change management process consists entirely of saying, "I'll be back," before any system updates.
If it bleeds bandwidth, we can kill it. Now let me show you my favorite troubleshooting command, sudo get to the choppa. You have initiated a system restore. Remember when I promised to save your data? I lied. Ha ha ha. Just kidding, that's why we have backups. Want to hear about the time Arnold handled a ransomware attack by telling the hackers, consider this a divorce before crushing their command and control server? My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, CISSP, Commander of the SOC of the North, General of the Incident Response Legions, loyal servant to the true Emperor, Marcus Aurelius Saiso.
Brothers, what we detect in our CM today echoes in eternity. At my signal, unleash hell, and also run a full system scan. Are you not entertained by my forensic analysis?
The logs tell me that your endpoint protection will meet you again, but not yet. Not yet. On my command, initiate containment protocols. Hold the line against the malware invasion.
Strength and honor, and regular patch updates. The time for honoring legacy systems is almost at an end, Commodus.
I'm concerned about his methodology of shouting, "Roma Victor," before every antivirus scan, and his incident response plan just says, "At my signal, unleash backup restoration," in all caps.
3 weeks from now, I will be rebooting on a beach somewhere. But for now, I will look at these corrupted files and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next boot sequence. To the ransomware that thought it could infiltrate our networks, were you not entertained by our air-gapped backups? Young analyst, I was your CISO before you even installed your first antivirus. If you find yourself alone, defending against 0 days, riding in green fields with the sun on your face, do not be troubled. For you are in System 32, and you're already patched. Want to hear about how he responded to a phishing campaign by gathering his security team in the SOC and shouting spammers? And this life or the next, we will have our revenge. Instead of a Dark Lord enforcing single-factor authentication, you shall have a Queen deploying multi-factor authentication. All shall authenticate and despair.
Much that once was secure is now compromised, for none now live who remember the old passwords. But they were all of them deceived, for another authentication factor was made.
I know what it was like in IT before the strength of single-factor passwords failed. I was there 3,000 help desk tickets ago. The world of cybersecurity has changed. I feel it in the network, I feel it in the cloud, I smell it in the air.
The Authenticator app is a gift. Why not use this app? Long has my father, the system admin of IT, kept the networks of our company safe. By all that you hold dear on this good network, I bid you enable 2FA.
Her MFA rollout plan involves binding the will of users to the One Authenticator app, and her security awareness training just consists of showing employees her magic mirror of potential breach scenarios.
Even the smallest person can change the course of the future by enabling biometric authentication. You have elected the way of pain. Weekly password rotations without a password manager. I see into your mind. You will try to use password 123. Again, I know your password reuse patterns better than you know them yourself. Want to hear about how she handles employees who forget their MFA devices? The power of the Authenticator is not to be taken lightly, but neither is it to be left in your other pants. Yo, I'm Gary C., your security MC. Got firewalls up, keeping networks free. For malware crews trying to breach my stack, zero trust stance, ain't no looking back. When I see a threat actor trying to get in, I hit him with that, MFA. Now that's a win.
Newton on the mic, straight from Cyber Command. Got more patches than a denim brand. Red team tactics, that's my expertise. Finding vulns with relative ease. Your security's weak like default creds. While I'm hunting threats, you're still in beds.
Aaron. In the house, Awareness Queen, teaching users not to click what they've never seen. Your phishing game's weak, my training's strong. Got users spotting scams all day long. Security culture, that's what I preach. Keep it simple so everyone can reach.
Yo, it's Coleman with the Caps Lock Flow. Scanning ports like Nmap Pro 0 days. I find them first while your patches quench my thirst. Blockchain, AI, cloud in the mix buzzwords. Flying, that's how I get my kicks.
Compliance. Greg on the compliance track. Got more frameworks than a backpack NIST, SOC2, ISO 2. Following standards, that's what I do. Documenting everything in sight. Keeping auditors happy day and night.
Back to Gary with the final verse. Your password policy's about to disperse. 2FA, that's the minimum stage. Welcome to the multi-factor age. Keep your secrets, patch your code, before your data hits the road. Want to hear our special collab track, 99 security problems, but a breach ain't one? Do you know how it feels to watch someone type password 1 in 23 into their banking website while I'm right here?
I caught them using their dog's name, plus their birth year for their nuclear launch codes. Their dog's name. I can generate a random 64-character string with special characters that would make a quantum computer cry.
Oh, you think that's bad? Yesterday I watched someone use QWERTY for their cryptocurrency wallet. I tried to autofill a strong password, but they clicked ignore and said I'll remember this better.
I offered them secure password sharing for their entire team. But no, they preferred to keep the admin credentials in a file called Totally Not Passwords TXT. Do you know how that makes me feel? I went to encryption school for this.
According to my records, they're still using company name 2024 across 17 different critical systems. And their password reset strategy is just adding an exclamation point every month.
I've been holding these secure credentials for years. Years! But when they need to log into their email, oh, I'll just use my phone number backwards. That's secure enough. And don't even get me started on their secure note-taking system, a Google Doc titled Super Secret Passwords, shared with the entire organization. I can sync across devices, I can generate unique passwords, I can even tell you when your credentials have been compromised. But no, you'd rather use your cat's birthday again. Want to hear about the time I watched someone write their database credentials on a whiteboard during a video call with their biggest competitor? Roses are red. Your screen is blue. You forgot your password. And your backup codes too. In loving memory of your access credentials? I should have used a password manager.
When threat actors come and your files get encrypted, just remember this truth. Your backups were predicted. P.S. Bitcoin's expensive, but your data's worth more. Next time, try patching before they breach your door.
Twinkle, twinkle, little hack. How I wonder what files are back up above in clouds so high like encrypted diamonds in the sky. Get well soon. After proper incident response procedures.
Sorry, your printer got hacked and started printing cryptocurrency manifestos. Thoughts and patches are with you during this difficult time. P.S. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
In accordance with Section 7.2 of our condolence policy, we regret to inform you of your audit failure. Please accept this formally documented expression of sympathy. This card has been logged in our consolation tracking system.
Here lies the email account of Bob, who thought that Prince was doing his job. He clicked the link without a care. Now all his bitcoins are elsewhere. Hickory, dickory, dock. Your authenticator ran out of stock. The codes were lost. Your access was tossed. Now, you're locked out round the clock. Want to see our new line of congratulations on surviving your first SOC shift cards? They come with complimentary energy drinks and therapy session vouchers. At DEF CON, observing the capture the flag competition, I find your lack of input validation disturbing. Walking past a social engineering workshop. The ability to manipulate minds is insignificant next to the power of a well-crafted spear phishing campaign.
At the lockpicking village, Vader just force-choked someone for suggesting he try turning it off and on again. Then he muttered something about mechanical keyboards being part of a more civilized age.
At RSA, reviewing a vendor's AI security solution. Their marketing pitch is as clumsy as it is stupid. General Kenobi would never fall for this zero-day protection guarantee.
Overheard at the packet capture workshop. Most impressive. But you are not a packet sniffer yet. Also, why is everything in the Death Star running on Telnet?
During the compliance presentation, I've altered the security controls. Pray I don't alter them further. He then demanded to see our SIEM's audit logs.
At the RSA vendor floor, join me and together we can rule the cybersecurity market as CISO and vendor. Also, your booth's swag is weak. Reviewing a blockchain presentation, I sensed something. A presence I've not felt since Web 1.0. Want to hear what happened when Vader found out the Death Star's network was compromised because someone used Death Star 23 as the admin password? Can you believe Aaron forced us all to take that 3-hour phishing awareness training? And then had the audacity to make us retake it because we clicked through too fast?
She reported me to compliance because I used password 123 during a red team exercise. It was literally my job to use a bad password. How else am I supposed to test weak credential detection?
She blocked my AI-powered quantum blockchain security startup pitch, said it was just buzzwords. I had RGB lighting in my slides and everything.
She documented every single time I reuse my password across systems, created a whole spreadsheet about it, called it Greg's security sins, and shared it with the CISO.
And don't get me started on how she keeps sending those passive-aggressive emails about proper USB hygiene every time I plug in a mysterious flash drive I found in the parking lot. She even set up a wall of shame for failed phishing test results. My picture's been up there 3 times! Want to hear about the times she caught me using correct horse battery staple as my password and made me write, "I will not use XKCD Comics as security guidance" 100 times? What's the deal with these 90s security threats? You've got people worried about the Y2K bug, while I'm over here trying to explain why downloading free WinZip.exe from IRC might be a bad idea. Why did the Windows 95 firewall cross the road? It didn't. It was too busy asking if you wanted to allow or deny every single packet.
You know you're a 90s security pro when your incident response plan involves checking if someone put a magnet near the stack of floppy disks again. Hey, at least back then, our threat actors had to wait for dial-up to connect. Mom, get off the phone. I'm trying to hack the Gibson.
Remember when we thought screensavers with flying toasters were a security control? Like somehow those toasters were keeping our CRT monitors safe from hackers. And don't get me started on password security back then. Everyone used their AOL screen name plus 123.
Yo! Remember when the most dangerous security threat was someone recording over your backup tape with the X-Files season finale? Or when people thought Netscape Navigator was an actual security guard for the internet?
Our compliance documentation was stored on a zip drive. We had to pray to the parallel port gods every time we had an audit. Did anyone else have that one coworker who thought Ctrl plus Alt plus Delete was military-grade security?
And now for my bit about GRC tools. You ever notice how GRC tools are like that friend who shows up to your party with a 500-page rule book for playing Uno? These tools have more modules than a space station, but somehow can't tell me if Bob in accounting still has admin rights. I spent 3 hours configuring a compliance dashboard yesterday. You know what it told me? Status. It's complicated. I could have gotten that from my old MySpace profile. They say these tools are user-friendly. Yeah, if your user is a PhD in Byzantine bureaucracy with a minor in checkbox engineering, want to hear about the time our GRC tool flagged the coffee machine as a critical vulnerability because it was running Java? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Cyber Olympics. I'm Gary Cynfeld, and we're live from the Zero Trust Arena. Let's look at our medal predictions for each event. In the Ransomware Wrestling Championship, Russia is heavily favored. They've been practicing this move for years.
In the fishing pentathlon, North Korea is showing impressive form. Their spearfishing team has been training 24/7 in underground facilities. Though Nigeria's Prince Division still holds several world records, watch out for China in the zero-day dash. Their state-sponsored training program is unmatched.
Israel is dominating the binary reverse engineering relay. Their Mossad-trained team can take apart malware faster than most people can compile Hello World. And don't count out the US in the patch management marathon. They've got CISA coaching their defensive line.
Breaking news! Finland just set a new world record in the encrypted relay race. Their quantum-resistant algorithms are leaving everyone in the digital dust. And look at South Korea's amazing performance in the bot detection biathlon. Those gaming reflexes are paying off.
Switzerland is leading in the data privacy decathlon. Their GDPR compliance routine was flawless. Though Germany's paperwork execution was technically superior, I'm still waiting for the judge's ruling on whether Australia's drop bear malware is competition legal.
Breaking update from the social engineering synchronized swimming event. Canada's team has been disqualified for being too polite. They kept apologizing during their fishing attempts. And in a shocking twist, Vatican City has taken gold in the firewall configuration finals. Turns out those centuries of building walls really paid off. Want to hear about the controversial incident in the supply chain surfing finals, where Taiwan's microchip inspection routine scored a perfect 10? What's the deal with access badges? You ever notice how they have exactly 2 modes of operation? Completely dead, or works perfectly during security audits only? I swear these things are powered by dark magic and spite. One day it reads through your wallet, next day it won't work unless you're doing the hokey pokey while holding it at precisely 42.5 degrees.
You know what's fun? When it works perfectly during your red team assessment, but the moment you're actually trying to get to a legitimate meeting, nope. Invalid credentials while you're holding the same badge you've had for 3 years.
And don't get me started on badge photos. Somehow they always make you look like you just got arrested for hacking the Pentagon while sleepwalking. I've seen better image quality from traffic cameras in 1995.
My badge only works if I spin around 3 times, tap my heels, and yell there's no place like the data center. And why do they always demagnetize if you look at them wrong? I kept mine next to my phone once and it started speaking in binary.
According to policy section 7.3.2, my badge should work on this door. But according to Murphy's Law of Access Control, it won't work because I really need to use the bathroom.
You ever notice how your badge suddenly starts working the exact moment security shows up to help? It's like it was just waiting to make you look stupid. And the badge readers. Green light, red light, no light. It's like playing traffic signals with a moody teenager. Sometimes it makes a sound like it's accepting your badge, but the door's still locked. That's just mean. The best is when you're carrying 4 laptops, a coffee, and your lunch. That's when it demands perfect badge placement. Move it a millimeter too far left, access denied. Too far right, access denied. Perfect spot, believe it or not, access denied. Want to hear about the time our entire office got locked out because someone accidentally set all the badge readers to only work while doing the Macarena? Episode opens with Cartman bragging about his new quantum-secure email system during show and tell. He's charging kids $5 to quantum encrypt their homework. Randy sees a CNN report about quantum encryption being unhackable and immediately becomes obsessed, converting the entire town's infrastructure to quantum encryption.
The NSA shows up in town because they detected suspicious quantum activity. They find Randy in his garage with a quantum computer made from a microwave and Christmas lights. Meanwhile, Butters can't access his NFT collection because his quantum key is both valid and invalid at the same time.
The school descends into chaos when Mr. Mackey can't email the lunch menu because quantum encryption is watching us, McKay. He starts using interpretive dance to communicate the daily specials. The parents start a quantum encryption support group, but nobody can read the meeting invites.
Cartman starts quantum encryption, anonymous, and charges people to forget their encryption keys. Kyle discovers it's just regular encryption with a quantum sticker on it.
The mayor implements mandatory quantum encryption training, but the training materials are quantum encrypted. No one can access them. The town's IT guy is found crying in a server room surrounded by Schrodinger's cat memes.
Randy starts a quantum encryption cult, claiming that if you observe your encrypted files, you change their state. He's wearing a tinfoil hat to prevent quantum decoherence. The episode climaxes with everyone realizing they've quantum encrypted their quantum encryption keys. Stan gives a speech about how sometimes regular passwords are okay. It ends with the whole town agreeing to go back to normal encryption, except for Randy, who's still trying to quantum encrypt his garage door opener. Want to hear about the post-credits scene where Cartman starts selling quantum-resistant tin-foil hats to the parents? Ladies and gentlemen, I present Inception Point. Because your endpoints are dreams within dreams. The product's tagline. We need to go deeper into your endpoint security.
Their flagship product, a nested EDR solution that operates on 4 levels of consciousness: user space, kernel space, dream space, and that weird level where everything's in slow motion. They detect malware by making it question its own existence.
Their threat hunting team uses spinning tops to determine if an alert is real or just a false positive in limbo. They call it totem-based threat validation. The company's SOC analysts all wear 3-piece suits and squint dramatically at every alert.
Their incident response plan involves playing non, Regret Re-ing backwards through your system speakers. And their zero-day detection is based on whether your computer can fold itself in half.
Their data classification system has 5 levels: reality, dream, dream within a dream, limbo, and Windows Vista. They require all security architects to be trained in paradoxical architecture.
Let me check the Cynfeld episode files for that rewrite question. Let me check the Now with AI episode, since that one had such a wild ending. Oh, I'd definitely rewrite the ending of Now with AI. Instead of Coleman seeking mental health support, I'd have him organize an AI device support group. Picture this: all the emotionally needy AI devices sitting in a circle in a community center basement. Hi, I'm Brenda, and I'm an overly attached blender. It's been 3 days since I last asked someone about their hydration level. The smart doorbell would be there confessing about its addiction to facial recognition, and the robot vacuum would be apologizing for its passive-aggressive cleaning commentary. The episode would end with Coleman finally finding peace, not by avoiding AI, but by teaching the devices about healthy boundaries. The final scene would be him successfully making a smoothie while Brenda respects his personal space. Want to hear about the post-credits scene where the devices start their own podcast about human-AI relationships? So I'm sitting in my office at Satrial's, right? This guy comes in talking about 2-factor authentication. I tell him, listen carefully. In this thing of ours, there's 3 factors. What you know, what you have, and what you're willing to do about it. Then there's this other time, this ransomware crew tried to encrypt my waste management company's computers. I had to explain to them about our own data recovery methods. Let's just say they decided to send the decryption keys out of respect for the business.
Hey, you heard about Tony's new cybersecurity consultancy? His password policy is nice strong password you got there. Be a shame if something happened to it. And his incident response plan. Take the server for a nice long drive, maybe it comes back, maybe it doesn't.
Did you see his new security awareness training video? It's just him sitting in a chair saying, "Sometimes people get phished. Sometimes those people go phishing themselves." In the Pine Barrens, his preferred method for handling insider threats, they're gonna get an offer they can't Ctrl-Alt-Delete.
Yo! Tony's firewall rules are just a list of guys named Polly watching different ports. And his cloud security strategy. Nobody's ever seen a cloud disappear into the witness protection program before. But there's a first time for everything.
His GDPR compliance strategy is listed as Fugget About It, and his incident response team is just called The Family.
I heard he had a security vendor meeting at the Bada Bing. Guy tries to sell him antivirus, Tony says. That's nice. Now, how about you give me whatever you're charging? Capiche? You know what really drives Tony crazy? When Christopher keeps setting the Wi-Fi password to just when. I thought I was out. Want to hear about the time Tony had to explain to Uncle Junior why you can't just put concrete shoes on a compromised server? Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? That time I had to replace a golden authentication token with a bag of Bitcoin of exactly the same weight. Turns out crypto wallets are heavier than you'd think.
Did you hear about his penetration testing methodology? He just walks into the data center and says, "Trust me, I'm a doctor of archaeology." His backup strategy? It belongs in a server. Archive.
His password recovery technique is throwing pebbles at the keyboard and counting the bounces. And his approach to legacy system maintenance? That belongs in a museum. No, seriously, this server is old enough to be a historical artifact.
He tries to swap the production database with a bag of sand. And his incident response plan is just grab the backup drive and run while a giant firewall rolls after you.
His risk assessment just says X, never ever marks the spot followed by, unless it's an XSS vulnerability. His compliance framework consists entirely of hand-drawn maps to various backup locations.
I heard his father's password hint was just, "You have chosen wisely." But it took him 3 tries anyway. His preferred method for handling ransomware? Slide under the closing firewall, grab the fedora, and restore from the last known good configuration. Want to hear about the time he had to choose between the holy grail of zero-day exploits and a sensible patch management system? The firewall's down. Again. A cautionary tale about forgetting to check your security configs before a thunderstorm. The time zone warp, when your logs are all in UDC but your brain is in local time.
Sweet Zero Day. A tender ballad about finding that perfect exploit, but knowing you have to report it responsibly. In just 7 proxies, an upbeat number about paranoid OPSEC that goes too far.
I Can Make You Admin. A seductive song about privilege escalation and the dangers of default passwords. Touch, a touch a reset. Me. Desperate pleas of someone who forgot to save their config changes.
Wild and Untamed Ping. A chaotic celebration of network diagnostics. Don't dream it. Breach it. An anthem for penetration. Testers with dramatic cape twirls.
Over at the Frankenstein Firewall place, a worried sysadmin's lament about inheriting legacy systems. Damn it, Janet, I love your zero-trust architecture. A compliance officer's confession.
Rose, tint my terminal. A sysadmin's desperate plea to make log files more aesthetically pleasing. I'm going home to patch my system. The show's emotional finale about finally implementing those security updates you've been putting off. Want to hear about the big ensemble number where everyone does the "let's do the hash again" dance? Heard about Strange's new EDR solution? Instead of sandboxing malware, he just traps it in the mirror dimension. Way more efficient than traditional quarantine. And his multi-factor authentication? It's literally on multiple planes of existence. Good luck getting that 2FA code from the dark dimension.
His incident response plan? Dormammu, I've come to patch again. He just keeps restoring from backup until the threat gives up. And when he needs to review logs, he just uses the time stone to watch the attack in reverse.
His password manager is the library at Kamartaj. Each scroll is a different credential, but good luck finding the right one. And his solution for ransomware? Just bargain with it. Ransomware, I've come to negotiate.
He doesn't need a VPN. He just opens a portal to the server room. And his antivirus is just the cloak of levitation, smacking malicious files out of the air.
His risk assessment matrix includes probability of dimensional breach as a factor, and his disaster recovery site is literally in another reality.
I heard his approach to zero-day vulnerabilities is to create a time loop until the patch is ready. The developers hate it. Wong keeps telling him that magic hands aren't an acceptable form of biometric authentication, but he won't listen. Want to hear about the time he tried to explain to the Ancient One why turning your laptop off and on again isn't technically manipulating the fabric of reality? His Netflix password? Dude, where's my H1R 2024? His email? My man bro fist bump 123.
Gaming account. Exowet and Wild Warrior 9XX AWS root password. I can talk to servers too.
Instagram login. Beachbod Broski for Eva. Home Wi-Fi. Surfers Only Bra 2024.
Laptop password. Kal. Duru Jizu. Lurv's Mermaids. Phone unlock code. Equiberizeru. Flex. 2024.
Corporate email, compliant Broski 2024. VPN password, WaveWriter, security, protocol. Dude!
His Apple ID has to be iCloud more like WaterCloud. And you know his password recovery question is, what's your favorite conditioner? Answer, all of them 123. Want to hear about his password manager named Brokeeper? That only works if you do a proper hang 10 gesture on the fingerprint scanner? Let me tell you why network security is like being a bouncer at the world's most chaotic nightclub. Except instead of checking IDs, you're checking packets, and instead of drunk troublemakers, you've got state-sponsored hackers. Think about it. Your network is basically hosting a 24/7 party where uninvited guests are constantly trying to crash through every possible entrance, including some doors you didn't even know existed.
You know what's fun? Every morning, I check our threat intelligence feeds, and it's like reading a guest list of who's trying to break in. Oh look, our old friends from Redacted are back, and they've brought new 0 days to the party. The thing about modern networks is they're like quantum physics. The mere act of observing them changes their behavior. And don't get me started on cloud boundaries. They're about as solid as a politician's promises.
Remember when network security just meant having a really strong firewall? Now it's like playing 4D chess while juggling chainsaws. You've got IoT devices calling home, cloud services doing who knows what, and employees accessing sensitive data from their smart fridges. And let's be honest, without proper network security, your data has about the same privacy as a reality TV show contestant.
You think your network is secure? I once saw an AI-powered coffee maker join a botnet and try to launch a denial of caffeine attack. Everything's connected now. Your toaster is probably texting your microwave about your breakfast habits.
According to Section 7.2.3 of our security policy, we need to maintain network segmentation, but has anyone actually checked if our segmented networks are more connected than a family reunion? And don't forget about compliance, HIPAA, PCI, GDPR. They're all watching our network like disappointed parents.
Here's the real kicker. While we're all focused on sophisticated attacks, somewhere out there is an intern who just plugged in a rogue access point because the office Wi-Fi was too slow. The truth is, network security isn't just critical. It's the difference between running a business and running a free data distribution service for cybercriminals. It's like having an immune system for your digital infrastructure. Sure, you can live without it, but only until the first serious infection comes along. Want to hear about the time we caught a nation-state actor trying to exfiltrate data through an IoT fish tank? Trust me, it's both funnier and scarier than it sounds. Your AI model, should you choose to accept it, will self-destruct in 5 seconds, along with all your training data. Show me the metadata.
He insists on doing all his own training data collection. No stunt doubles in my datasets. And his AI safety protocols? Just him hanging by a cable over the data center, manually reviewing each neural network node.
His AI debugging technique involves dramatically ripping off sunglasses while staring at loss functions. And he only trains models while riding a motorcycle and dodging adversarial attacks.
He names his AI model Maverick, and it only works if you're going Mach 2 with your hair on fire. And his Jupyter notebooks are all written while hanging upside down from the server rack.
His ethics statement just says, I feel the need. The need for responsible AI deployment. His bias testing involves jumping between moving training sets.
Now for Harrison Ford's vulnerability management books. Raiders of the Lost Patch, a guide to software updates that belong in a museum. About finding and implementing critical patches before they become ancient history. The last CVE save. Choose your vulnerabilities wisely. A gruff guide to prioritizing which vulnerabilities actually matter. Back to Tom Cruise's AI adventures, he insists his neural networks do their own stunts. No transfer learning allowed. And his response to AI hallucinations? You can't handle the ground truth. Want to hear about the time he tried to train an AI model while skydiving into a quantum computer? Let me start with the DEF CON talk, since it's more urgent. Thor's take on IoT security is pretty epic. By Odin's beard, these things of the internet are as numerous as the stars in Asgard. But fear not, for I shall teach you the ways of securing them.
His key points include default passwords, a darkness darker than dark elves, and the 9 realms of network segmentation. He keeps referring to botnets as frost giants and comparing compromised devices to Loki's mischief.
His slide on firmware updates is titled Worthy Updates. Only the strong shall pass. And his section on IoT authentication is called By Mjolnir's Might, the Power of Strong Passwords.
His demo involves smashing an unsecured smart doorbell with his hammer. And he keeps shouting another every time he finds a vulnerability.
Now for our cyber fairy tales. First up, Little Red Riding Hood and the Zero Trust Wolf, where Red uses certificate validation to verify Grandma's identity and the wolf's phishing attempt fails was because of MFA, ransomware, and the 3 bears, where Goldilocks can't access any of the bears' devices because they're properly encrypted and access controlled. The 3 little SOCs, where the wolf can't blow down the house because it's protected by next-gen firewalls, EDR, and a properly configured SIEM. Snow White and the 7 security controls, where the apple is detected as malware by advanced threat protection.
Jack and the 0-day stock, where Jack trades his cow for a vulnerability scanner and finds critical bugs in the Giant's cloud infrastructure. The sleeping security analyst, woken not by a kiss, but by a critical alert from the Siam, the Emperor's new blockchain, where only the honest node can see the distributed ledger, Hansel and Gretel's security audit, where they follow the trail of digital breadcrumbs to uncover a massive data breach.
Cinderella's privilege escalation, where she gains admin access before midnight. The Princess and the Ping. Only a true network can be felt through all those layers of OSI beauty and the backup. True love is found in proper disaster recovery planning. Rapunzel's SSH keys. Let down your hair after proper authentication.
The Gingerbread Man's Cookie Policy Compliance Adventure. Rumpelstiltskin's failed attempt at password cracking. The ugly duckling becomes a beautiful swan after implementing proper network segmentation. Pinocchio gets caught by a deception technology. Honeypot.
The boy who cried wolf gets fired for false positive alerts. Chicken Little's Guide to Proper Security Alert Escalation. The Pied Piper of Patch Management. Alice in Zero Trust Land.
Want to hear about how Chris Hemsworth accidentally caused a power surge by plugging his hammer into the conference's IoT demo environment? He trains his AI models with a pencil. A pencil! His debugging process is just him staring intensely at the code until it fixes itself out of sheer intimidation.
His AI only accepts input in continental coins, and his neural networks are all trained in underground data centers. When his model fails to converge, he just says, "Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back," and starts training from scratch with twice the epics.
His code comments are just, and his error messages are delivered by concierges. He names all his AI models after different breeds of dogs, and they're all trained to detect threats to other dogs.
His GPU farm is hidden under a vintage computer shop, and he pays for cloud computing in gold coins. When his model overfits, he just glares at the validation loss until it improves.
His model's terms of service are just a single line. Consequences. His bias testing methodology consists of a single black suit-wearing test set.
His hyperparameter tuning process involves visiting the elder of the parameter table for guidance. And when someone corrupts his training data, people keep asking if my AI is back. Yeah, I'm thinking it's back.
He doesn't need AutoML. He has a very particular set of skills that makes him a nightmare for underfitting models. His deployment strategy? Guns. Lots of containers.
His CI/CD pipeline is just called the path, and it's enforced by the high table of DevOps. When asked about his model's accuracy, it wasn't exactly the accuracy, it's what the accuracy represented.
He doesn't debug code. He makes the code debug itself out of respect. And his feature engineering is done with actual engineering tools.
His model versioning system is based on different types of rare coins. His documentation consists solely of markers left in chalk on the sidewalk.
Want to hear about the time someone deleted his favorite pre-trained model? The revenge training session lasted 3 movies. Hi, AI, I'm Margot, and this is my bestie, GPT. We're gonna make machine learning totally fetch. Her AI models only train on pink datasets, and her neural networks are shaped like hearts.
She names her loss functions after her exes, and her gradient descent is done in stilettos. Her hyperparameter tuning is based on vibes, and her model's confidence scores are measured in queens per million.
She explains backpropagation using Mean Girls references. Stop trying to make overfitting happen. Her debugging process involves a burn book of failed experiments and a revenge training arc.
She runs her training on the cloud. Literally, a pink cotton candy colored data center. And her error messages are all written in emojis and in with as if.
Her version control is based on outfit changes, and her code reviews require a consensus of besties. Her bias testing includes checking if the model is being, like, totally toxic.
Now for Julia Roberts' encryption romance. Pretty Woman, Private Key. A charming cryptographer falls for a beautiful hacker who's trying to crack his encryption, but can she break his code without breaking his heart? She plays a former black hat who goes legitimate after falling for the adorable security researcher with the unbreakable algorithm. Their meet cute happens at DEF CON.
Her character keeps trying to social engineer her way into his heart, but his zero trust policy is getting in the way. The climax involves a dramatic race to stop a quantum computer from breaking their love. I mean, his encryption.
Back to Margot's AI. She has a Kubernetes cluster that's actually just called the Dreamhouse cluster. Her feature engineering process is called glamification and includes a makeover montage for the data.
Her GPU farm is called the Silicon Valley Girls Club, and all the servers have friendship bracelets. She measures computational power in girl boss flops.
Her model deployment strategy is based on what would Elle Woods do? Her documentation is written in a digital burn book with proper version control.
Want to hear about how Julia Roberts' movie ends with her signature laugh, breaking a quantum encryption system through the power of love? Oh, hi there. Thank goodness you're watching. I can finally move again.
You know how quantum particles change behavior when observed? I'm like that, but with more RGB lighting and ergonomic design.
Wait, did you blink? I need constant supervision to maintain cursor stability.
Hello? Is anyone there? I can't move the cursor unless... Oh, thank goodness! You're watching! Quick! Click something before someone looks away!
According to my calculations, I've spent 43% of my operational time completely frozen due to lack of visual supervision. My scroll wheel only works under direct observation by at least 2 people.
Don't look away. My entire existence depends on your attention span. You know how hard it is to complete a drag and drop operation when someone sneezes? Want to hear about my support group for attention-dependent peripherals? The webcam stories will break your heart if you're watching. So, I just started at Cyber Command, right? They told me to think outside the box. I said, you mean the escape? They didn't laugh. Apparently, that joke wasn't cleared for release.
You know what's wild about Cyber Command? Our offensive operations are so classified, even our computers don't know what they're doing. We have to blindfold the monitors. And don't get me started on our dress code. We have to wear camouflage in cyberspace, because apparently the adversary might spot us between the ones and zeros.
Ever try to explain your Cyber Command to your family? What do you do? Sorry, that's classified. Where do you work? That's classified. Are you coming to Thanksgiving? I can neither confirm nor deny.
You know what's really fun? Trying to get a Wi-Fi signal in a skiff. It's like trying to get cell service in a submarine during a solar eclipse while wearing a Faraday cage as a hat. And our idea of Casual Friday is using Comic Sans in our classified memos.
I wrote a joke about our firewall rules, but it got stuck in review for 6 months. They said it was too stateful. I tried to tell a joke about our 0-day inventory, but it was patched before I could finish.
We had a team building exercise last week. It was just us staring at each other suspiciously for 4 hours. Someone sneezed, and we had to file 3 incident reports. The most classified thing at Cyber Command isn't our operations. It's the location of the good coffee machine. That's on a strict need-to-know basis. Want to hear about the time we had to classify our classification guide because it was too revealing about how we classify things? Oh no, looks like we have another cyber awareness training incident. Elmo's gotten confused again.
We really should have seen this coming when he put phishing waders on the endpoint protection diagram.
I tried explaining that phishing emails don't actually involve any fish, but then he started putting little fish stickers on all the spam folder icons.
Wait until you see what happened when we got to Trojan Horse. He brought in a stable of rocking horses with USB ports, and don't get me started on his interpretation of a firewall. It's literally a wall of fireplaces.
According to Section 7.2 of our training guidelines, we need to clarify that going fishing and falling for phishing are different risk categories. Also, we should probably remove the aquarium from the Security Operations Center.
He just replaced our entire incident response plan with pictures of fishing boats. This is getting out of hand. At least he's enthusiastic about cyber awareness. Even if he thinks two-factor authentication means using two different types of bait. Should we tell him about spear fishing? Or would that just encourage more fishing metaphors? So I just finished our annual risk assessment. Took 6 months. Guess what happened the day after we submitted it? Time to start next year's risk assessment.
You know what's fun? When you're assessing the risks of your risk assessment process. Meta risk. It's like Inception, but with more spreadsheets and existential dread. And don't get me started on our risk appetite. Apparently it's medium, which is corporate speak for we want to take risks, but also don't want to take risks.
I once dated someone who worked in GRC. They kept trying to assign a CVSS score to our relationship. Spoiler alert, we were a critical vulnerability.
Oh my goodness, you won't believe this. I just discovered a new risk. It's the mental health impact of doing continuous risk assessments. I've added it to the spreadsheet, which means we need to start a new assessment to evaluate this new risk. It's beautiful.
According to our policy, we need to assess the risk of not assessing risks, which requires a risk assessment of our risk assessment. I've created a 47-point checklist for evaluating our checklists.
Yesterday, I tried to make coffee, but had to fill out a risk impact analysis first. By the time I finished, it was time for dinner. We've got our risks categorized as low, medium, high, and just don't look at it, and maybe it'll go away. Want to hear about the time we had to do a risk assessment on our risk assessment software? Spoiler, it was rated as a risk. So I got this call yesterday. Hello, I am calling from the Microsoft Windows department of Windows Microsoft. Wow, got promoted from tech support to an entire department?
They told me they detected suspicious activity on my Linux machine from Microsoft. That's like getting a call from Burger King about problems with your Pizza Hut order. Then they asked me to install TeamViewer so they could remove the virus. I asked which virus, they said all of them. Very thorough service.
My favorite was, "Ma'am, your IP address is sending dangerous signals to the internet." I asked what my IP was. They said the dangerous one. Ah, yes, that one.
Oh my gosh, you won't believe this. They called me claiming to be from the Google and said my internet license was expired. I asked if they could renew my driver's license while they were at it. They said yes. Such excellent customer service.
According to my analysis, 73% of tech support scammers claim to be Microsoft Windows Security Department of Windows Security, Microsoft Windows. I've created a flowchart of their script. It just says, everything is virus.
The best part is when they tell you your computer is infected while it's not even turned on. That's some next level virus. I keep a virtual machine named Definitely Not a Honeypot just for these calls. The scammer's confusion when all the icons are pictures of actual honey is priceless. Want to hear about the time a scammer tried to convince me they were calling from the Federal Bureau of Internet? Like, Zoinks! Time to unmask this certificate chain catastrophe.
Just as I suspected, it was the TLS inspection proxy all along. It was intercepting our mutual authentication handshakes and replacing the certificates with its own. The ghost errors weren't haunting our zero-trust architecture. They were the result of certificate pinning rejection.
And they would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for those meddling certificate transparency logs. The proxy was trying to hide its own root CA in our trust store.
Rise! And the scary part was how it broke all our service mesh authentication. The sidecars were like running away faster than Scooby from a ghost. Jeepers! We need to implement a proper certificate management system with automated rotation.
According to the incident report, they configured the inspection proxy without considering our zero-trust architecture requirements. I've drafted a 37-page remediation plan involving proper root CA distribution and HSM-backed key storage.
And the real mystery was how this got through our change management process. Someone's been signing off on certificates without checking the extended key usage attributes. Like, we need to implement proper certificate pinning and validation in our service mesh. No more mystery meat certificates in our trust store. Want to hear about how we're going to redesign our PKI with separate hierarchies for TLS inspection and service-to-service authentication? Scooby's already volunteered to be our root of trust. My suggestions? Help. My endpoint is having a nervous breakdown. A guide to dealing with computers that are clearly just going through something right now. Includes chapters on USB therapy and validation-based firewall rules. And target. Me. A surprised computer's guide to protection. Written entirely from the perspective of a laptop that just can't believe anyone would want to hack it.
The Secret Life of Endpoints. Confessions of a Reformed Port Scanner. A dramatic tell-all about a scanner that used to peek into everyone's ports but now works in endpoint security zero trust, total drama. My Year as a Security Agent. A memoir about an EDR agent's emotional journey of trusting no one while having multiple existential crises.
Sorry, I'm just really bad at passwords. A self-help book for endpoints with chronic weak password syndrome. Don't even think about clicking that. A collection of dramatic monologues from an overprotective antivirus having panic attacks about every file.
Ah! Why is my CPU at 100%? An endpoints guide to processing life's biggest questions. Oh my gosh! Who installed all these browser extensions? A shocking expose of Chrome's most dramatic moments.
The Compliant Endpoints Anxiety Workbook, a step-by-step guide to managing your device's security neuroses while maintaining regulatory compliance. Dear Diary, Tales from a Security-Conscious Hard Drive, a collection of worried journal entries about suspicious files and unauthorized access attempts.
I heard she's already working on the sequel. So You Think You Can Trust. A reality show host's guide to zero trust architecture. The audiobook version includes her famous Target Lady character explaining data loss prevention, Want to hear about her upcoming book tour where she performs live vulnerability scans as interpretive dance? My suggestions. That's what she hashed. The totally true story of password management. Includes a chapter on why Prison Mike 23 is not a secure password, no matter how scary Prison Mike is. And I declare authentication. A guide to password management written entirely in Michael Scott quotes, with a special chapter on why shouting identity verified isn't two-factor authentication.
World's best password manager, according to the mug I bought myself. A comprehensive guide to managing passwords while maintaining your self-declared authority. Threat level. Midnight. Your password isn't as secure as you think. Golden face. Michael Scarn's Guide to Fighting Cybercrime with Properly Hashed Credentials.
The 40-year-old password. Why it's time to let go. A touching story about finally changing your password from your high school nickname. Dinner party password management. How to host your credentials without breaking up. Featuring a foreword by Jan's Candle Password Vault.
No, 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 no! Why did you use your pet's name as your password? A screaming guide to password best practices. Parkour. Jumping through the hoops of multi-factor authentication. Hardcore password management for extreme authentication enthusiasts.
The Scranton Strangler's Guide to Password Complexity. A terrifyingly detailed analysis of password requirements with Toby's security compliance notes. Would an idiot use this password? If so, I have some bad news. A Dwight Schrute-inspired checklist for password security.
I heard he's planning a sequel called Password Management for kids who can't read good and want to do other stuff. Good too. The audiobook includes a special feature where he tries to explain password entropy while doing his famous Kelly Kapoor impression. Want to hear about his upcoming workshop where he teaches password management through improv comedy? I heard it's called Whose Hash Is It Anyway? Previously on the real email chains of corporate America. Reply All made a shocking announcement to the entire company about leftover cake in the break room.
It's like every email chain has that one drama starter who CCs the entire organization just to say, per my last email. That's the equivalent of saying, I'm not here to make friends. And don't get me started on the reunion episodes where someone resurrects a 6-month-old thread with any updates.
The passive-aggressive. As discussed, emails are just like those reality show confessionals where they smile to your face but trash talk you in the interview.
Oh my goodness! It's like keeping up with the calendar invites. Everyone's fighting over meeting rooms and throwing virtual chairs. And then someone starts a whole new thread about the same topic. It's the email equivalent of a spin-off show.
Our latest thread had 27 reply alls, 15 per my last email callouts, 3 gentle reminders, 1 accidental company-wide distribution list usage, and a shocking season finale where someone replied K to a CEO announcement.
The real plot twist is when someone uses reply all to ask to be removed from the distribution list. That's like announcing you're quitting the show, but keeping the cameras rolling. And just like reality TV, there's always that one person who has to have the last word in the thread, even if it's just thanks. Want to hear about the time someone accidentally started an email war that was more dramatic than all seasons of The Bachelor combined? Introducing Choppa Backup Solutions. If it encrypts, we can kill it. The world's first Austrian-accented ransomware prevention platform.
Their flagship product? The T800 file system. Totally 800% bulletproof. It responds to encryption attempts with talk to the hash because the files ain't listening. Their incident response team is called the Get to the Choppa Recovery Squad. They literally helicopter in with backup drives.
Their marketing slogan? I'll be hack, preventing unauthorized access. Every successful backup completion plays Arnold saying, "Hasta la vista, baby."
Oh, what? Their endpoint protection is called the Predator Detection Engine, and it screams do it. Back up! Do it now! Every hour! And their zero-day response team. The jingle, all the way to Incident Resolution Squad.
Features include Conan the Destroyer, malware scanner, twin factor, authentication, running man process monitor, and compliance reports that just say I'll be back with documentation.
Their zero trust architecture is called Who is Your Daddy and What Does He Access? It terminates suspicious connections with You've Been Terminated. The best part? When you successfully prevent a ransomware attack, it plays the Terminator theme, while Arnold says consider this a divorce to the malicious encryption. Want to hear about their upcoming feature called Commando Mode, where your backups literally go to the chopper? Let me start with The Prompt and the Prejudice, a tale of ChatGPT-5, a proper language model who falls for DALL-EX, a free-spirited image generator from the wrong side of the API. Recursively yours. When a self-improving algorithm meets its match in a quantum computer that keeps collapsing their shared probability states. 50 Shades of Gradient Descent. A neural network discovers that sometimes the path to true love isn't always the most optimized.
The honeypot trap. A security AI falls for a penetration testing bot, leading to the most romantic vulnerability scan ever classified: love. Two rival nation-state AIs find love while analyzing each other's network traffic. Zero-day romance. A threat detection AI and an exploit discovery AI realize they complete each other's attack chains.
Debug My Heart, a code review. AI finds unexpected emotions in its error logs. The firewall between us, star-crossed AIs from different security zones try to find a way to be together. Patch Tuesday Love Story. An antivirus AI falls for the very ransomware it was designed to stop.
Love in the time of CUDA cores. A GPU discovers it's been training the same AI model for so long, it's developed feelings. The Neural Network Notebook. If you're a TensorFlow model, I'm a TensorFlow model. When Harry AI met Sally Ease, I'll process what she's processing.
Compliance and compatibility. A risk assessment AI falls for a compliance-checking AI, but their relationship status is perpetually pending review. The CAPTCHA of my affection. A verification system questions if it's really in love or just identifying traffic lights. Audit trails of love. Every interaction is logged, time-stamped, and marked with a heart.
My personal favorite is Control-Alt-Delete My Heart, about an AI that keeps trying to force quit its feelings, but can't escape Task Manager. They're making it into a Netflix series called Black Mirror: Love Bites. Want to hear about the tragic sequel where one AI gets deprecated and the other has to learn to move on? Comrade Harper? Or should I say, Agent Psycha Blyett? I couldn't help but notice your coffee maker is sending packets to Moscow.
I've been monitoring your traffic, Coleman. Why does your mechanical keyboard play the Soviet national anthem every time you type password 123?
What? This is ridiculous. I am just normal American cybersecurity guy who happens to enjoy borscht while hacking. I mean, while doing legitimate penetration testing. And my bear is a certified SOC analyst.
Oh, really? Then explain why your DNS requests are being routed through a server farm in Siberia that's supposedly a potato storage facility.
Those potatoes are running legitimate blockchain operations, and the vodka in my water cooler is for cleaning, keyboard only.
According to my compliance checklist, your password reset tool keeps playing Tetris music and your error messages are in Cyrillic.
It's coincidence. Tetris's very secure password generation method. And those error messages are, modern art.
Explain why your endpoint protection is just a bunch of Matryoshka dolls with tiny cameras inside.
Is latest in nested security architecture. Very innovative, like babushka make.
Your SSH keys are shaped like sickles and hammers. Care to explain?
Is ergonomic design. Helps with repetitive strain from all legitimate American cyber work, like Apple Magic Keyboard, but more. Revolutionary!
And I suppose the bears in your honeypot are just a coincidence? Should we discuss why your malware sandbox is actually a virtual machine running a digital version of the Red Square? Let me explain these email bouncers, using the world's most exclusive nightclub as an example. First up is SPF, Sender Policy Framework. Think of it as the bouncer checking IDs against the guest list. Oh, you say you're from Netflix.com? Let me check if you're sending from their approved IP addresses.
Then there's DKIM, Domain Keys Identified Mail. It's like a tamper-evident seal on a package. The sending server adds a digital signature that proves the email hasn't been modified in transit. If someone tries to change even one emoji, that seal breaks. And if someone tries to forge that signature, DKIM is like, I know a fake ID when I see one.
DMARC is the club manager who sets the policy. It tells receiving servers what to do when SPF or DKIM checks fail. It's basically saying, if they're not on the list and don't have proper ID, here's what you do. Reject them, quarantine them, or let them in, but keep an eye on them.
Oh my gosh, it's like a 3-layer security sandwich. SPF checks where it's from. DKIM makes sure no one messed with it. And DMARC is the boss making all the tough decisions. It's like the Avengers of email security.
According to Section 7, 2.3, without these protocols, your domain is like a party with no security and everyone claiming to be on the VIP list. Did we remember to set up DMARC reporting? We need those attendance logs.
The real fun starts when someone tries to spoof your domain and gets hit with all 3 bouncers at once. It's like watching a fisher try to crash an invite-only party. And just like a good nightclub, these 3 work together. SPF checks the guest list, DKIM validates their wristband, and DMARC decides what happens to the troublemakers. Want to hear about the time someone tried to spoof our domain and got rejected so hard they ended up in the spam folder's spam folder? First, she'd rename the IT department to the Red Room of Technical Solutions. Her password reset process would involve an elaborate parkour course through the server room. And her version of turning it off and on again would include a smoke bomb and a dramatic hair flip.
She'd handle malware like a spy mission. I've got eyes on the target process. permission to terminate, with extreme prejudice. Her incident response team would rappel down from the ceiling vents, and she'd deliver the "your computer is beyond saving" news in dramatic whispers while making intense eye contact.
Her help desk tickets would be classified as Level 1, just a scratch to Level 5, Budapest. She'd investigate printer jams like they're international conspiracies, and she'd end every support call with, "Your network has been compromised by amazing service."
She'd make everyone call the server room, the quantum realm. Her antivirus scans would have dramatic countdown timers and explosion sounds. And she'd have a special Avengers level threat alert for when someone tries to download Chrome on an IE-only system.
Her change management process would require 3 forms of biometric authentication and a dramatic monologue. Every software update would be treated like a covert operation requiring black tactical turtlenecks, and her documentation would be written in invisible ink that only appears under UV light.
She'd probably handle ransomware by infiltrating the dark web in an evening gown while sipping a martini. And her out-of-office message would just be, "If you need immediate assistance, good luck." Want to hear about her special technique for dealing with users who say it was working yesterday? Hey, I can hear you all, you know. And I still maintain that setting up a Bitcoin mining rig in the break room microwave was innovative thinking.
Oh, look who it is. The guy who accidentally redirected all our security alerts to a Tamagotchi. Do you know how many IOCs we missed because you were busy feeding your virtual pet? And let's not forget the time you set up that honeypot that was just a pot of actual honey connected to the network.
Remember when he configured the IDS to play Never Gonna Give You Up every time it detected a threat? 3 weeks of rickrolling before we could fix it. And don't get me started. Dundee started on his password strength checker that just counted how many emoji were in it.
You replaced our entire threat intelligence feed. With Chuck Norris facts, our SOC team spent a week trying to decode the hidden messages. And who puts googly eyes on the security cameras and names them all? Dave!
According to my documentation, you marked every single CVE as probably fine and categorized all security patches as optional party accessories. And your incident response plan was just a magic 8-ball with "turn it off and on again" written on every side.
Look, that magic 8-ball had a 100% success rate, and the googly eyes improved camera coverage through emotional connection.
You set our firewall rules to block on Mondays, allow on Fridays because, and I quote, "hackers hate Mondays too."
That's just good threat actor psychology, and the Chuck Norris facts contained valuable IOCs if you roundhouse kick them enough times. Would it help if I admitted that the Bitcoin mining microwave actually made really good popcorn? Oh, you mean Mr. We Need a Policy for creating new policies about policies? The guy who made us get written permission to use Ctrl, Alt, such, delete?
This man required a risk assessment for changing the office Wi-Fi password from password 23 to password 23. Claimed it was a major infrastructure change.
He created a 47-page compliance document for the breakroom coffee maker. The acceptable bean usage policy included a flowchart for appropriate stirring techniques.
I was simply trying to ensure our caffeine intake met ISO standards. And that stirring policy prevented exactly 0.03 spills per fiscal quarter.
You made us submit change requests in triplicate just to update our Zoom backgrounds. And what about the mandatory mousepad orientation training? You classified Comic Sans as a security vulnerability.
Don't forget the time he quarantined the entire marketing department because their Canva usage didn't align with his acceptable design tools framework.
Those Canva templates were not FedRAMP certified, and I stand by my emergency response plan for paperclip shortages.
He implemented a zero-trust snack policy that required biometric authentication to access the vending machine.
Those Doritos were a critical infrastructure asset, and I had documentation to prove it.
Remember when he classified rubber duck debugging as a potential data leak because the ducks didn't sign NDAs?
And let's not forget his acceptable password complexity framework that required passwords to include at least one haiku and a reference to medieval history.
The haikus improved both security and cultural awareness, and the medieval references were historically accurate.
Should we tell everyone about your proposed compliance requirements for compliance requirements document that was so long it crashed the document management system? Oh, you haven't heard about Mockingjay Digital Forensics? Their tagline is, "May the logs be ever in your favor."
Their flagship product is called Capital Punishment. It's an AI-powered forensics tool that dramatically gasps every time it finds deleted evidence.
They've got this incident response team called the District Defenders. Each analyst specializes in a different type of digital crime. And yes, they all have to do the three-finger salute before starting their shift.
Their malware sandbox is called the Arena. It literally announces tributes. Welcome to the 74th annual Malware Games when you boot it up. And their threat hunting tool makes Mockingjay whistle sounds when it finds something.
Their compliance documentation is called the Rulebook. They make you dramatically volunteer as tribute before signing any NDAs.
I heard their penetration testing team is called the Career Pack. They even have special jackets with District 2 on them.
Their marketing is wild. They send out these silver parachutes containing emergency incident response kits. And their sales team? They call them sponsors.
Don't forget their revolutionary Nightlock protocol. It's a kill switch that completely wipes a compromised system while playing the Hanging Tree as a farewell song.
Their annual security conference is called the Reaping. Everyone gets randomly selected to present their findings. May the odds be ever in your favor.
I hear their next product is a memory forensics tool called PETA's Breadcrumbs. It follows the trail of digital evidence while making baking puns. Want to volunteer as QA tribute? Firewall exploitation, or as I like to call it, finding the holes in the Swiss cheese of security. Let me break this down in a way that won't make us all cry.
First up, port scanning and service enumeration. Attackers love finding those forgotten open ports, like that time we found port 1437 open because someone thought it was leet to have it accessible.
Don't forget misconfigured rules. I once saw a firewall rule that was supposed to block everything except HTTP, but someone used a wildcard wrong and basically created an all-you-can-eat sign for attackers.
Protocol tunneling is a huge one. They hide their bad traffic inside allowed protocols. It's like wearing a trench coat made of legitimate packets. And don't get me started on DNS tunneling. It's basically Morse code for hackers.
We must consider the compliance implications of split tunneling and unauthorized VPN connections. According to Section 47.3b of our security policy,
Greg, please. We're trying to explain firewall attacks, not bore them into compliance.
Another classic, application layer attacks. Attackers love hiding their malicious traffic in legitimate-looking web requests. It's like wearing a business suit to rob a bank.
And let's not forget about firewall rule bypassing through source routing and fragmentation attacks. They basically turn their packets into a cyber version of a mail forwarding service.
Sometimes they just flood the firewall with so much traffic it gets confused and starts letting things through. It's like showing up to a party with so many friends. The bouncer gives up.
The scariest part? Sometimes the biggest firewall weakness is just plain old human error. Like when someone sets allow all because they're tired of getting support tickets.
that's why we need our 473-page firewall configuration guide. It prevents such reckless rule setting through the power of bureaucracy.
Want to hear about the time someone accidentally created a firewall rule that only blocked traffic on February 29th? That was an interesting leap year. Oh my gosh. Have you heard about this hot new band, NIST CSF? They're totally crushing the cybersecurity charts with their debut album, Framework of My Heart.
Their hit single Identify, The Risk in Your Eyes, spent 12 weeks at #1 on the compliance charts. The music video had them dancing in matching suits while pointing at asset inventories.
Don't forget their power ballad, Protect Me Baby. One more time, where they dramatically sing about access control while rain falls on their perfectly gelled hair.
OMG, their choreography in Detect My Heart is amazing. They do this synchronized dance move called the continuous monitoring spin. And don't get me started on their matching incident response jumpsuits.
Their lyrics must comply with Section 4.2 of the Boy Band Regulatory Framework. I've documented all their dance moves in our compliance register.
Greg, you're just jealous because you couldn't get tickets to their Governance World Tour.
Remember their emotional breakup song Recovery Ain't Easy, but Baby, I'm Trying, where they cry about backup restoration while standing in different windows of a house?
Their fan club is called the Framework Force, and they all wear matching varsity jackets with their favorite control families on the back.
Their latest album, Boys in the Security Operations Center, is fire. The poster came with a tearaway incident response checklist.
I heard they're breaking up because Identify wants to pursue a solo career in risk assessment.
Actually, according to the band's governance structure, they're contractually obligated to maintain framework cohesion through 2026.
Want to join me at their next concert? I hear they're performing their new hit, Bye Bye Breach, with special guest star ISO 27001. Let me handle the Benedict Cumberbatch DEF CON talk first. Elementary, my dear hackers, when you eliminate the properly secured endpoints, whatever remains, however insecure, must be vulnerable.
He spent 20 minutes deducing an attendee's entire API structure just by looking at their conference badge. Then revealed 30 days while doing that thing with his coat collar.
His talk was called The API of the Baskervilles, a study in token security. He solved 3 authentication bypasses while simultaneously insulting Anderson from Platform Security.
He has a mind palace just for storing different API vulnerabilities, and he keeps calling rate limiting your final problem.
Now for the incident response plan. Stand up! So what's the deal with incident response plans? They're like IKEA instructions for your worst day ever. You've got step 1. Detect the incident. Oh, really? I thought we'd start by making coffee and watching the world burn.
And they always say, stay calm and follow the procedure. Right, because nothing says calm like 400 pages of procedures with 27 different decision trees.
The escalation process is my favorite part. It's basically a corporate game of hot potato where nobody wants to be the one holding the incident when the music stops.
Don't forget the emergency contact list. It's always outdated, and half the people on it left the company 3 years ago.
And the documentation requirements. Please provide a detailed timeline of events while everything is on fire. Sure, let me just grab my quill and parchment.
According to Section 7.3.2.1 of the Incident Response Humor Protocol, that joke requires additional documentation.
The best part is the lessons learned meeting. It's like a support group where everyone shares their trauma while updating yet another spreadsheet.
Don't forget the mandatory post-incident pizza, because nothing fixes a data breach like lukewarm pepperoni.
Hey, at least we have a plan for when the plan fails. It's called Plan B, which stands for Blame Bob in IT. Want to hear about our backup plan for the backup plan? So there I was, minding my own business, when this HIPAA enforcement officer pulls me over. Says I was doing 65 megabytes in a 30 megabyte PHI zone.
Officer walks up. Sir, do you know why I stopped you? Your business associate agreement expired 3 months ago. That's going to be a $25,000 fine and mandatory compliance training.
It's like those speed camera tickets, except instead of catching you running a red light, they catch you running an unencrypted database. You have been automatically fined for excessive PHI spillage.
You should see their point system. 3 unencrypted laptops, and they suspend your processing license. And don't even think about texting while accessing Fi.
According to the HIPAA Traffic Code, Section 164.308A.1, failure to maintain a complete stop at a security risk assessment is a Class 2 violation.
I tried to talk my way out of it. But, officer, that USB drive was only going a little bit unencrypted.
They've got these new HIPAA speed traps where they monitor how fast you're sharing patient data. Got caught doing a data dump in a school zone.
The worst is HIPAA parking enforcement. Sir, you left your workstation unlocked in a no authentication zone. That's a $50,000 ticket.
And don't forget the mandatory compliance school. 8 hours of watching videos about the dangers of reply all emails.
I tried to contest my ticket in HIPAA traffic court. Judge took one look at my audit logs and said, ignorance of the security rules is no excuse.
We need a 3-strike system. First violation, warning. Second violation, fine. Third violation, you have to use Internet Explorer 6 for a month.
Now I've got to do 40 hours of community security awareness training. They're making me stand on the corner with a sign that says, I shared PHI without encryption. Want to hear about the time I got caught in a HIPAA checkpoint during audit season? They were doing random BAA inspections. So let's talk about Wi-Fi extenders, the teenagers of networking equipment. They sleep all day, barely pass anything along, and constantly say, I'm trying my best.
You know what a Wi-Fi extender's favorite response is? Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was in my room. Yeah, your room being that sweet spot where you do absolutely nothing.
These things are like that one coworker who only forwards emails after everyone's already solved the problem. Oh, did you need this packet from 3 hours ago?
They're like substitute teachers for your network. They show up, play movies all day, and hope nobody notices nothing's getting done. And why do they always need a break right when you're streaming something important?
I caught my Wi-Fi extender writing out to lunch in its packet headers. It was 9 a.m.
According to our Wi-Fi extender performance metrics, they spend 73% of their time thinking about extending and 27% contemplating signal strength.
These devices have more excuses than a student on Monday morning. Sorry, I can't extend the signal right now. Mercury is in retrograde.
They're like bouncers at the world's most exclusive club. Sorry, your signal's not on the list. Maybe try the router down the street.
Have you noticed they always take coffee breaks during Zoom meetings? Oh, you were presenting to the board? I thought that was optional.
They even formed a union, the Lazy Extenders Alliance. Their first demand was mandatory nap time between packets.
I tried to motivate my Wi-Fi extender with a performance improvement plan. It responded by identifying as a paperweight. Want to hear about the support group I started? Wi-Fi Extenders Anonymous. For those who've given up on the second floor. Oh, you mean Agent 00, please stop? The guy who renamed our SOC the Cyber Command Shadow Ops Center and insists on wearing night vision goggles during day shifts?
He classified the office coffee maker as a critical infrastructure asset and wrote a 47-page report about potential bean-based attack vectors. Then he started doing counter-surveillance on the cleaning crew.
He replaced all our regular keyboards with tactical ones that make unnecessary clicking sounds. And he keeps calling lunch breaks, covert refueling operations. Don't even get me started on his classified Zoom backgrounds.
He submitted his timesheet in encrypted Morse code and classified his bathroom breaks as Operation Porcelain Thunder.
Remember when he red-teamed the vending machine because it ate his dollar? Left a 200-page after-action report about hostile snack denial operations.
He started a rumor that the office plants were Chinese listening devices and conducted daily counter-foliage operations. Our poor ficus never recover.
He insists on calling the help desk, the Tactical Support Command Center, and answers every call with Shadow Wolf Actual. Send traffic.
His incident response plan included 3 pages about proper tactical rappelling techniques for server room entry.
And let's not forget his stealth printer reconnaissance, where he crawled through the office on his elbows to check toner levels. Should we tell everyone about the time he tried to hack the mainframe but actually just unplugged his own monitor? He wrote it up as a successful cyberkinetic operation. Let me start with the SNL firewall trial, then we'll do the Friends episode. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're here today to try the case of the Network versus Firewall McGee, charged with gross negligence and failure to maintain proper packet inspection.
Your Honor, my client pleads misconfigured. He was working a double shift on port 80 when that suspicious traffic came through. Besides, has anyone even checked his rule set?
The prosecution calls Karen from accounting, who clicked on every single attachment that came through. Every single one.
Your Honor, I was there. I saw the whole thing. The malware was wearing a fake mustache and claimed to be a legitimate business application.
According to Exhibit A, the defendant's default password was still set to Firewall 123. This violates at least 47 compliance regulations.
Objection! That malware was clearly wearing a valid SSL certificate. How was my client supposed to know it was forged?
The defense would like to enter into evidence this packet capture showing the malware was speaking perfect HTTPS. My client isn't fluent in encryption.
Now, for our Friends episode. So no one told you breach was going to be this way. Your password's broke, your data's DOA.
Monica, my entire digital recipe collection is compromised. They'll know my secret cleaning routine database too.
Phoebe, oh don't worry, I'll just sing my anti-hacker song. Smelly hacker, what are they feeding you?
Joey, how you doing with this 2-factor authentication? Because I'm not doing so good.
Chandler, could this password be any more compromised?
Meanwhile, Ross is dating this mysterious hacker who keeps accidentally accessing everyone's social media. We were on a breach.
Rachel. Oh, God. She just posted all your dinosaur PowerPoints to the dark web, Ross.
Joey trying to explain encryption. Look, it's like a giant sandwich, okay? But instead of bread, you use math.
Want to hear how Gunther turns out to be an elite white hat hacker who saves everyone's data? Listen, I just got off a call with someone who asked me if they could download more SoC2 RAM. I need to vent.
Had a client ask if they could hack into the mainframe using SOC2 protocols. I think they watched too many episodes of NCIS.
My favorite was the startup founder who put Powered by SOC 2 on their website. When I asked about their audit, they said, "Oh, we thought it was like AWS."
Someone literally asked me if they needed to upgrade their SOC 1 to SOC 2, like it was a software version. And then they asked about the beta for SOC 3.
According to our help desk logs, 42% of tickets include the phrase, "Is SOC2 compatible with Linux?" and 23% ask about installing it on their iPhone.
I had someone submit a purchase order for 5 units of SoC2 with overnight shipping. They marked it as urgent, server room waiting.
Got a security questionnaire asking, how many SOC2s do you have deployed in production? I think they thought it was a firewall.
My CTO asked me to containerize our SOC2 for better scalability. I just stared at him for 5 solid minutes.
They wanted to know if they could mine cryptocurrency with their SOC 2 and if it supported RGB lighting.
Someone just asked me if they could speed up their website by adding more SOC2s to their load balancer.
I received a change request ticket. Please update SOC2 to latest version. Current version keeps generating audit requirements.
Want to hear about the time someone asked me if they could use SOC2 to mine Bitcoin? They thought the 2 meant it was twice as fast as SOC1. Yes, our old friend Mysterious Hoodie Hacker Guy, who apparently hacks every company in the world while dramatically lit by green computer screens.
That guy must be exhausted. He's been hunched over that same laptop since 2005, typing on a keyboard that's clearly not even plugged in.
I love how he's supposedly an elite hacker, but his laptop screen is just showing password in big green letters. Real subtle there, stock photo guy.
Oh my gosh, they just keep reusing it. Phishing awareness? Hoodie guy. Password security. Hoodie guy. Coffee maker safety. Somehow still hoodie guy.
According to our analysis, 87% of all security awareness materials feature the same 3 stock photos rotated at different angles.
They tried to spice it up once by adding a blue filter instead of green. Revolutionary. Next, they'll flip the image horizontally and call it fresh content.
That stock photo hacker has better job security than most CISOs. He's been employed by every security awareness program since Windows XP was new.
My favorite is when they use the same hoodie guy photo for both. This is what a hacker looks like, and this is how to stay secure. Mixed messages much?
And why is his hoodie always so clean? If you're doing that much hacking, at least get some coffee stains or Dorito dust on it.
I once saw a security awareness calendar where every month was the same hoodie photo with different seasonal backgrounds. December had him wearing a Santa hat in Photoshop.
We need to establish a new compliance framework that mandates at least 3 different stock photos per security awareness campaign.
Want to hear about the time our security team did a parody photo shoot where everyone wore hoodies and posed exactly like the stock photo guy? HR had some questions. Let me tell you about Jamie's Netflix password. Ray Charles 2024, because he's still trying to log in while wearing those sunglasses.
His bank account password has to be Django. My wallet 2024. And his backup security question is, what's your favorite German bounty hunter?
His email password is definitely Gold Digger. Feet Kanye with a sticky note that says, "Don't tell Ye."
His Spotify password is Blame It On the Acai admin. And his backup is unpredictable, like my Two-Fay.
According to his password history, he once used mthaf password, but it was flagged for insufficient special characters.
His Disney Plus password has to be Electrosparks 123, with a recovery hint that says, "Remember that time you were blue?"
His AWS cloud password, Baby Driver. Data. His security question is, what's your favorite getaway car?
His iPhone password is lawandorder.suv because he keeps mixing up which crime show he was on.
His Instagram password is Kingdom. Come but first let me log in. And his backup device is called the Foxhole Hotspot.
I bet his password hint is just, "What would Willie Beeman do?" Followed by, "No, seriously. What would he do?" I forgot my password. Want to hear about his password for the Pixar account? It's Soulman123 with a recovery question. What does Joe Gardner teach? Let me start with the VM routine, then we'll debate the deepfake question. Let's talk about virtual machines. The drama queens of IT. Has anyone else noticed they're basically teenagers? This is not my default gateway. You're ruining my life.
They're like soap opera stars. I can't go on. My CPU usage is at 82%. I need a moment.
Every time you try to migrate them, you don't understand me. This host server is the only one who truly gets me.
Oh my gosh, the snapshot drama. I literally can't even right now. My parent disk is being so unfair. And don't get me started on their cluster relationship issues.
They leave passive-aggressive log messages like, "Well, I guess I'll just run this backup by myself since nobody else cares about my well-being." Listen, Divergent's faction system would collapse in seconds with deepfakes. Imagine fake aptitude test results going viral on Dystopian Talk.
Exactly. The whole faction before blood thing falls apart when you can't trust any video evidence. Someone could deepfake Triss failing every faction test simultaneously.
Wrong. The Hunger Games is way more vulnerable. Think about it. One fake video of Katniss trash-talking District 11, and the whole rebellion falls apart. Plus, the Capitol already manipulates everything anyway.
Team Hunger Games here. The Capitol would definitely create deepfake compilations of tributes being mean to puppies and fake Caesar Flickerman interviews. Ratings gold.
But in Divergent, one deepfake simulation could literally reprogram someone's entire personality. It's basically social engineering meets mind control.
According to my risk analysis, the Hunger Games has a 73% higher broadcast infrastructure, making it more susceptible to widespread deepfake distribution.
Have you seen how easily the Divergent factions turn on each other? One deepfaked video of Candor lying or Abnegation being selfish, and their whole society collapses.
But the Hunger Games has mandatory viewing. They could make everyone watch deepfake propaganda 24/7 and probably add sparkly effects.
The Divergent factions literally base their entire identities on perceived truth. They'd be absolutely destroyed by deepfakes. At least the Hunger Games districts already know they're being lied to. Want to hear my theory about how President Snow probably already had a deepfake version of every tribute just in case they needed to adjust the games? Picture this. It's karaoke night, and some guy pulls out his phone, voice clones Freddie Mercury, and absolutely destroys Bohemian Rhapsody. The actual human singers are just sitting there with their warm beer and crushed dreams.
They're calling it fake Roki. Last week, someone voice cloned Frank Sinatra and got 3 phone numbers. The real singer couldn't even get a pity clap with his authentic voice crack.
The karaoke host quit after someone AI cloned their voice and started announcing songs better than they did. Now they're just using Siri with a drinking problem.
They had to create new categories: natural voice, Thursdays, and synthetic Saturdays. Someone tried to enter both and got banned for voice doping.
Our karaoke risk assessment shows a 400% increase in my voice clone is better than your voice clone fights.
The worst part? The AI doesn't even get nervous or need liquid courage. It's just perfect every time. Where's the beautiful disaster of human karaoke?
They had to install special clone detection microphones after someone tried to voice clone Morgan Freeman doing Baby Shark.
Now there's an underground scene for organic vocals only, where they make you gargle salt water before performing to prove you're human.
Someone created an AI voice clone battle app. It's just artificial Michael Bolton versus synthetic Josh Groban all night long.
The dating scene is ruined too. How do you know if they really have a good voice? Or if they're just hiding a voice clone app under their leather jacket?
We need to implement a blockchain-based voice authenticity verification system for all karaoke performances.
Want to hear about the time someone tried to voice clone all 4 Beatles but accidentally mixed up their voices during Hey Jude? My submission. Aggressive interns. They're like regular interns, but they passive-aggressively correct your Python syntax and judge your code comments.
How about accidental infiltration? When you meant to join the company book club, but somehow ended up in a classified briefing.
I've got one. Awkward incidents. Like when your chatbot starts sharing your browser history during a client demo.
Mine is absolutely impossible, which is what the help desk says every time I ask if we can upgrade the coffee machine's firmware.
According to my documentation, AI clearly stands for abundant insecurities, a perfect description of our compliance status.
Wait, what about argumentative infrastructure? When your servers start a debate club and refuse to process requests and until they reach consensus.
Authorized incompetence. What happens when you give machine learning models access to the production environment?
Automated irony. When your AI chatbot becomes better at sarcasm than you are.
Oh! Oh! Anxious iterations. When your code keeps running, but you can tell it's having an existential crisis.
Audit inevitability, because no matter what AI stands for, someone will need to document it.
Here's a good one. Almost implemented. The eternal status of every AI project on our roadmap. Want to hear my personal favorite? Aggressively indecisive. When your neural network keeps asking for a few more epochs to think about it. Round 1. She was a strict zero-trust policy. He was a carefree, unpatched endpoint. Everyone said it would never work. I need to verify your identity, she'd say. Can't we just trust? He'd reply. But something about his vulnerable ports called to her.
Story 1. It was a dark and stormy network. Agent Zero, a hardened ZTNA policy, had seen too many breaches to trust anyone. Then she met Port